Brother Ape, you have that correct. It is about fucking time. But we're here now. We're fucking hooked up. We've got all our fucking shit taken care of. We're gonna slowly inch her over, get her weighed. Hopefully, we can keep it under 5 miles an hour. First. Hey, Alex. Feliz Navidad. Take her nice and slow going to the scales. That way we can stay on pre-trip. Hey, Cube. I'll be right back, gentlemen. our Wade for our pre-pass. We'll pull up right up over here, finish up our company paperwork, and be on our way. Hey, gentlemen, we're about ready to go. Let's check on our time for our pre-trip. 11 minutes, that's fine. And we're away. Oh, I gotta set this fucker to navigate. Oh, I just fucking did you, you goddamn piece of shit. Six, 164. All right. Any of you brothers want to jump in here? Well, I need to make a phone call to my parents. I don't want to drop the stream. All right. Let me make this corner ape and then merge, and I'll let you in. I guess I'm going to do work. I merge because I'm slow. Stream.
About time, huh?
Yeah. And it makes no sense. The guy picked up the load from Laredo yesterday. Actually, he picked it up on the 22nd. Today's 24th. He should have been able to be here by yesterday.
Sounds like he's got a Chiquita somewhere that he stopped and hung out with overnight.
Sounds like it to me, too. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go call my folks.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna stay on here. I'm gonna go eat some supper here in about 20 minutes, but I'll just leave it on.
Oh, it won't be that long.
Okay. And Alex, as far as I know, Brandon Herrera is the only one making a 50 caliber BMG AK-47. If you go to his website or his channel, you can see the progress on it. I think it's going to be about $4,000 when he finally gets a working model. and I think he's on his third or fourth series to try to figure everything out so it doesn't blow up. He's the only person I know of that is currently trying to produce a 50 BMG AK platform rifle. So when he gets one made and you give him $4,000, you can get an AK-50. I would think it would be a lot of fun to shoot. Probably not at $4 or $5 a round, but it'd still be fun. And you were in a chat the other day and you said something about a 577 T-Rex. I'd say about the only thing those are good for is making really funny videos of people getting their faces and their shoulders broke from trying to shoot that rifle. Excuse me. Unfortunately, Brandon's not going to be able to make it home to prepare the Christmas dinner that he was looking forward to. This guy taking his sweet time going across the state of Texas kind of screwed him out of his Christmas dinner with his family. So hopefully something works out. I've never shot either one of those, but if I had to choose, I would probably choose the 50 BMG. A T-Rex round is very stout. Yeah, Kush, that thing will knock your fillings out of your teeth. Usually people are getting busted up pretty good. I don't think I'd want to shoot one. I'm a pretty big fella. I can handle recoil, but that's just putting yourself out there for it. Usually it's somebody giving an unsuspecting person a rifle, and that's the worst way to scare somebody about firearms is to give them something that's going to hurt them so they can get a good joke. Break your collarbone, yeah. Break your collarbone, break your orbital sockets if you're not holding on to it. Somebody put a short out today. I can't remember who it was. This gal was at the shooting range and she had a Mossberg 12 gauge with a pistol grip and she's holding on to it. The way she's holding on to it, you're thinking, oh, this is going to end bad. She touches it off and it shoots right out of her hands and goes behind her. And the look on her face. A 60 caliber revolver. Hmm. I've never had any experience with a 458. The biggest gun I've ever owned was a 7mm Remington Magnum. I had a 300 Winchester Magnum, but I never shot it. I bought it and I ended up selling it to a friend of mine that his son was making a custom rifle and he wanted a platform for it. So I don't have the money to go to Africa to need a gun that puts out 15,000 foot-pounds of energy. Maybe if I have one a lot of money sometime, I would be doing that. But I've looked at some of the prices of ammunition when I've been at some sporting goods stores and some of that big stuff. It's amazing that 20 rounds, $165 for a box, 20 rounds. Kush, was that a custom made gun or was it a very old ancient revolver or was it black powder? I've never heard of a 60 caliber, a straight up 60 caliber. Huh, interesting. I bet that sucker was loud. And he's not back. Are you back, Brandon? Because your screen is frozen. Ah, 44 mag ain't that bad, Kush. Come on. My CDL I gave up here a year and a half ago. I had one for the railroad for work, and the state of Nebraska screwed me over, and I didn't fill out this little piece of paper they wanted me to fill out, so they took my license and suspended it, and then wrote me a letter saying that your license was suspended, which was 6 days before I got the letter. So yeah, so I just went in there and redid my license and said, get rid of the CDL. You're not going to be having any power over me anymore. What's going on with Brandon? That guy from the Verizon store in Denver is messing with him. I know he is. I'm gonna have to look up that 60 caliber revolver. Alex, I have seen that rifle at the store, and I do like Henry lever action rifles. I think they make one of the smoothest, cleanest lever action rifle out there besides custom work. If you're going to buy one off the shelf, they make probably the smoothest running one. And the Long Ranger, that's a pretty cool design. I know that Browning had a BLR, Browning lever action, and it had a magazine. It was magazine fed, and you could shoot. It was 243s, 270s. I believe they made one in 30-06. I think they made one in a 7mm Remington Magnum. So you get a nice compact gun, good woods gun, but you can still shoot the more powerful cartridges and a longer range. So I think it would be a very nice rifle to have to your collection if that's what you were into. .50 caliber. Okay, so now you're talking, that would be a Smith & Wesson 500, which is a .50 caliber. I have a person I work with that has one of those that has the, what's it, a 3-inch, 3.5-inch barrel, something like that. Yeah, that one will crank your wrist. Yes, sir. That is a beast of a handgun. And I believe the rounds for that are about $4 a piece now. $3 or $4 a piece. The Smith & Wesson 460 is actually a more useful revolver cartridge because you can shoot the 45 Colt, the 454 Casull, and the 460 Smith & Wesson, all out of the same revolver. So you have a very mild, low-powered cartridge, and you have a which what used to be a very high-powered cartridge. The 454 Casull was the big dog for a long time, and then the 460 is a true. You can take a deer over 100 yards away with the 460. That's a very, very flat shooting, fast shooting cartridge. Alex says you can get a Henry 500 mag. So the 500 Smith & Wesson mag. That would be a interesting. That'd be a very fun hog gun to shoot wild pigs with. That would lay them over pretty good. I know Turnbull Customs. He makes a 500 and I think a 454 also. Hemi shot a 458 lot. That's a big chunk of lead going downrange. I wouldn't mind having a 45-70. I've looked at some of those rifles, and it'd be more for fun than anything because I have never had the money or the time to go hunt Kodiak grizzlies. That would be a good gun for that. Yeah, good for Cape Buffalo. Yeah. Yep. This 375 Ruger cartridge that came out years back, they put it in their rifles, the 375 Ruger, and it's ballistically comparable to the 375 H&H mag, but I believe it's a shorter cartridge. It's a smaller, shorter cartridge, so I think you can run it in a shorter action if I'm not mistaken. I saw them knock a Kodiak grizzly over with one time. The guy shot this bear in the chest, and it definitely did the work. I couldn't imagine what that cartridge would cost each up there in Canada. They would be very expensive down here. I couldn't imagine what they'd be up there. Probably another 40 to 50% per round if you could find it. Rusty Rivers is here. Hello, Rusty. I'm holding down the fort until Brandon gets back. Brandon just texted me and said, internet died. Please wait. You got it, buddy. Oh, Hemi, you shot it in Texas? Yeah. I would like to go down to Texas and shoot pigs out of a helicopter with a fully automatic rifle. I think that would be a lot of fun. But I think that is $600 an hour for the helicopter rental. I don't have any fully automatic rifles, so if I'm sure somebody down there could rent you one, but that wouldn't be cheap either. Yeah, shooting them with just a semi-automatic would still be fun. Riggs, you know this is true. And I like you, so I'm going to accept your bashing that you're putting on me right now. Well, Rusty, I can't bring you in to the stream yard. I'm in here by myself and waiting for Brandon to come back in, but I'm sure as soon as he gets back online here, he'll put the stream yard back up and you can come on down. Rusty, how did your little deal go? Are you just now going to that, your little feed with all the good southern dishes? You getting ready to go do that? Yeah, Kush, that would be fun. They you can do it down there in Texas. They have, I think, several companies that'll do that. Take you out and shoot pigs. Down there, those wild pigs are such a nuisance. They tear up $1 billion worth of crops every year. Oh, you're heading to the Cajun free for all now. God, that sounds like a fun time. Did you guys get an alligator today, or were they all hiding and trying to get warm? Hey, Doug, how's it going? Are you done with your homework for the night? Riggs, yeah, Riggs could probably take you hog slaying. You can't shoot them legally, but you could spend some time with them. I'm sure he probably knows a few of those hogs. You got a gator? Cool. Doug, I don't blame you. Those lessons and the book of rules is some of the most dullest stuff you ever have to do. But just get through it and your paycheck will thank you. Riggs shoots in them a different way, another way. Yeah. Yeah, Rusty, I've got gonna eat dinner with my mother, and she's making eggplant parmesan, and that's not my favorite. So going to a Cajun boil and having a fun time sounds a lot better to me. I think the eggplant parmesan wouldn't be too bad without the eggplant. I'd rather just eat a pile of parmesan. Oh, oh well. Yeah. Brandon's still having internet problems. Technical difficulties. He'll be back with you shortly. He appreciates your patience. Alex wants to go hunt a chupacabra. Bring enough gun. You don't know. The chupacabra could be really tough. Boy, Brandon must be in a hell of a mess. I gotta go eat that eggplant parm in a few minutes. Tomorrow is the Christmas ham and all that after I get off work. What's your guys' interesting holiday meals that other people may not think about having? Ham and turkey, of course, are always the go-tos. And my first ex-wife, her stepdad made a Christmas goose one time, and oh, it was absolutely disgusting. Greasy. It was not good. Thankfully, I think there was a ham there too. I don't know if it's just the way he made it or if they're just always that greasy. Alex tamales. Oh, yes. I love tamales. I like the ones with cream cheese and jalapeno peppers in them too. There you go, Riggs. I had some eggnog last night, and I was putting a shot of Pendleton into a glass of eggnog, and I had two of those, and it was really good. But then at 1 o'clock this morning, I had a huge gut ache and got up, and well, I just wasn't real nice on to the bathroom. But yeah, I think I haven't drank milk or anything like that. I eat cheese once in a while, but I haven't drank any milk or anything like that in a long time, and I think my system just did not like that eggnog. Emmy's having chicken milk. Yeah, cool. Hot fruit punch. That's interesting. Is it spiked with any alcohol, Alex? I cannot say that I've ever had hot fruit punch. Kush is going for free pancakes at the diner tomorrow. Wake and bake. You got two different. Oh, you're talking eggnog, the Southern Comfort one and a cinnamon flavored. I've had the regular Southern Comfort, not the cinnamon flavor, but I've had that Southern Comfort eggnog, and it was pretty good. I had that a couple of years ago. Now, Kush, is this the diner where that one waitress that's always creeping on you works? She finally get the hint that she's not going to get into your wallet or your stash? Ah, you add the alcohol to your cup at the fruit punch. Okay, the hot fruit punch. Yes, indeed. Well, Kush, when she's there tomorrow, you go in there and you be nice to her because she wants your Yule log. Hemi's doing a turkey, a prime rib, and a small ham. Dang. Also having prime rib bacon tomorrow. That sounds interesting. I'm gonna have to go to dinner here real quick. Fondant potatoes, roasted carrots, and squash. Man, that sounds good. Best part about turkey, I think, for me is just a turkey sandwich. Is the days after. That was my favorite when I was a kid. Chop up some turkey meat and then throw it on some mayo on some bread and go to town. And and an infused apple pie. Kush, did you try that chocolate peanut butter bar you were talking about yesterday? Brandon's still trying to get in. She needs the eggplant. Ugh. And vanilla ice cream, sleepy time. Oh, yeah. Well, gentlemen, I just got a text. I need to go eat some eggplant parmesan. You don't want to lose your pants. All right, guys, I'm going to go on mute here and go eat dinner. And I'm going to leave it on here so that we don't lose Brandon's stream. I see him trying to dip in and out of it, so hopefully he can get it fixed. And if you guys are still around after I get done, I will talk to you then.
God damn, I can't believe you're still here. Hey, how about that? Ape, can you hear me? Hey, it's Howard Dare. Long time no see, buddy. Merry Christmas to you. Kush,
You made it
Merry
back.
Christmas to you too. Ape, yes, I made it back. My phone took a shit.
So what happened there? You got it back up and running, it looks like, or are you on the tablet?
I'm on the phone. The
Oh.
phone got really fucking hot. Shut off.
Oh, you got your defrost on or something?
Yeah?
Oh, I've had my phone shut off being in the vehicle in the summertime when it got super, super hot and the phone just quit. Probably that lithium battery getting ready to explode.
Yeah. Well, if it does, I can sue the fuck out of Samsung.
No, they're owned by Pfizer now. You can't sue them.
Oh, okay.
How long you been back on? I just got done eating.
I just got back on.
Oh,
I see we got Howard Dare in here tonight.
oh well. Hello, Howard Dare.
We are running with the big dogs.
J.R. Schlitz. Kush is still hanging around.
Yeah.
Hey, J.R.
JR too. Good. Very good. And Schlitz.
The Hem I is in
Says
there.
we've got two people in the lurk squad.
Two people lurking.
Yep. I imagine it wasn't too much fun to, just see your great, you don't even have your picture up for your icon. So
Yeah. Well, I don't even know how to do that. I just.
well, it's pretty easy when you go when you get started. Like you turn your camera off and it says choose a picture, and you just fucking choose a picture.
Oh, never seen
something
that.
you've got saved. As long as
Oh.
it's not, your Packer. I don't think anybody cared.
They wouldn't care if they saw that anyways. That ain't even a Yule log. That's a Yule Lincoln log.
Yeah, but Riggs would get excited and he'd make a mess all over the place.
All Riggs would start licking the glass on his phone.
Yeah. Well, we're now all the way through Oklahoma City and headed north.
So you're still 6.5 hours out? 6 hours?
Something like that. I'm 300 miles, 312 miles. So
Yeah.
I made really good. There was hardly anybody driving at OKC. So it was pretty easy to get through. Everybody's all hunkered down.
What's the temp down there right now?
26.
Yeah, it's 18 here. It got up to, I think it said 26 or 27 today, and the sun was out. So when I was walking out to leave work, the snow was actually soft. Instead of it crunching, it was actually soft. So it wasn't melting yet, but it's starting to settle a little.
Are they predicting that you'll have clouds or clear skies tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Well, either way, the sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar for today.
That's true.
Yeah. Hey, Kush, come on, get online. Sing some show tunes with us.
It's Brandon's True Bloods World Tour and Show Tune Extravaganza.
No homo.
Yeah. So what highway are you on now?
35.
I-35?
I will be on 35 the entire trip.
Well, it makes it harder to get lost.
Go, don't put it past me.
Yeah, yeah. I've witnessed it firsthand. I watched you get lost once. Not too bad.
I usually take a wrong turn and then start cussing and turn around and go back.
Have you ever taken a wrong turn at Albuquerque yet?
No, I have not, but I look forward to it.
You could sing a show tune there too. Off
But
of
I
Bugs Bunny.
hope you should sing it to me.
Who should sing a tune?
You should.
I don't know any show tunes.
Well, you knew that one.
I am not a singer, Brandon, in case you haven't caught on to that.
Well, if you haven't noticed, neither am I.
Yes, but you don't care if you put it out there.
That's right. I don't give a fuck.
So what?
I was in a garage band when I was in high school, and they gave me a microphone, but the sound guy had secret orders to turn me off.
Nice.
I was pissed off until they recorded me and let me hear what it sounded like. And I was like, okay, you can have my microphone back.
I'll sit in the corner and play the tambourine.
I always thought there's some songs I can sing, but if it gets outside of my range, forget about it. And harmonizing, no, we don't do that. I can sing the Doors. I can sing the Animals. I do a mean rendition of the House of Rising Sun. I got the fucking perfect voice. I got a baritone, sort of a scratchy baritone voice. I can do the stuff like that pretty well.
So you're not going to be doing any Freddie Mercury tribute bands then?
No. I'll sing it with enthusiasm, but it'll hurt your ears.
Yes, we would enthusiastically be putting earplugs in.
Right, or just turning to a different channel.
Well, the eggplant parmesan wasn't too bad.
You like eating those eggplants, huh?
Not really. But
I don't know why girls will love eggplant.
Are you talking raw and right from the store and on into their lap, or are you talking about cooked eggplant dishes?
I'm talking about eating for food.
Oh, I don't know. It's not my favorite by any means, but
besides, they're too big for what you were talking about earlier. The cucumber is the perfect. The cucumber, the carrot. Those are their friends.
There's some size queens out in this world that can handle that kind of stuff.
That's true. It's true.
Some of them baby mamas got 6 kids from 7 different dads. They can probably squat down a freaking eggplant. If they can just walk across
Probably.
the apartment floor and sneeze and have a kid fly out, they could probably handle an eggplant.
Yeah. They need to work on their kegels.
Well, it's hard to work on your kegels when you're throwing ruffles down your throat.
Ah, that's true.
When you were off there playing phone tech, we were talking about handgun calibers and rifle calibers and shooting pigs out of helicopters.
Oh, cool.
It was an interesting little conversation.
They've got down in South Texas, they've got these fucking pig hunting trucks set up with a fucking steering wheel that extends all the way to the roof.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
they have then they've got fucking chairs on the roof and fucking like bars around them so you can hold on to it while it's fucking bouncing across the the rough land. And they fucking hunt pigs from fucking Jeep top at fucking 40 miles an hour. Yeah.
I've seen some of those that are like, they're almost like a swamp buggy, and everybody sits on top of them and they go out through the swamps, and they got those big tires on them.
I'd be afraid the damn thing would turn over.
Yeah, with you strapped to the top of it.
Yeah.
Do the old sling a shot right into the ground. Playing crack the whip with your body.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be fun to go down there, and I think it's $600 an hour though to rent that helicopter.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Because I think it takes about, well, prices of fuel now it's more probably, but it used to be about $300 or $350 an hour to run a helicopter for the fuel.
Yeah.
So still would be fun though.
Yes, it would be. Just being able to fucking go full auto at some running pig.
Probably not real fun for the pig, but I don't think about his feelings near as much as I feel about mine.
I hunt pigs with my brother, and we do it down in northern Arkansas. And that's all freaking stand in the tree and shoot down at them when they come by.
Yeah. Were you rifle hunting or bow hunting?
Rifle.
I'd like to hunt them with either the 10mm or a 44 mag. That'd be fun too, hunting them with a pistol.
You got thick fucking skulls.
I got some 305 grain hard cast bullets that they'll punch through a pig skull.
I've seen a 308 glance off one.
Yeah, if it hits them just right. My grandfather knocked a badger out with a 22 long rifle one time, shot him right between the eyes. And he thought he killed him because he says it looked like he hit him right in the head with a hammer. He just laid there and he walked up there and was going to skin him, and he woke up and he wasn't happy. In fact, I think my mother has that 22. I'm pretty sure it's a Marlin 60, model 60. It's like a 15 shot or 18 shot tube fed 22 semi-auto.
Oh, semi-auto, sweet.
Yeah.
Those are good little guns.
Someday it will be mine. Yeah, I shot.
I've never shot a 22 semi-auto. I had a pump.
Yeah, like the old gallery guns.
Yeah.
I've got a 1022, and then this thing, I dumped when I brought it back from Washington State. Uh, my mom had where she was living. There was a prairie dog town right next door, and I thought, I'm gonna try and just see how accurate it is. There was a prairie dog standing out on this mound, and I shot once over the top of his head, and he just kind of looked around. And then I saw where it hit, and I thought, okay, I got you. So I just gave him a double tap, and the first one skipped right over the top of his head, and the second one he ducked down like he was going to duck into his hole, and it caught him right in the brisket. And just rolled him right off the hill. And I thought, man, that's an accurate little gun. I set him up. I got him ducking with the first round, and then I punched him because he squished his body up. So it was a nice big round blob to hit. And I put one right in the middle. But I was using they're a German target load. It was the only 22 rifle I could find at the time. And they're basically set up for like a target load. And they're only 640 feet a second. So they're subsonic. So they are super quiet.
Nice. That's a cat round.
Yes. Yes. You could shoot it in the neighborhood and it just goes. Psh. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Don't tell Kush that anybody ever does anything like that.
Well, we're talking about the feral cats, the ones that would attack him viciously.
Right.
I don't even know if there's anybody else back on here. Kush was the last one, and he was wishing Merry Christmas to Howard Dare, and Howard Dare said, Merry Christmas, and then he says, no audio, and I haven't seen anything else, so he's probably like, well, this is a dead horse.
We got 5 people in the lurk squad.
Well, there's lurkers still?
Yeah, our lurkers numbers have increased. They're Christmas lurkers. Probably elves.
Elves on the shelves. I saw a great meme today that had the elf on the shelf, but his face was towards the prison wall, and he was hanging, and Hillary Clinton was walking out of the cell. She had a mustache like she was in disguise.
Nobody will ever know.
Well, that guy that's that FTX Bitcoin thing or whatever digital currency that they arrested, they're taking him to the same jail that Epstein allegedly offed himself.
Oh no.
Yeah. South Manhattan district or whatever it is. Yeah, they're taking him to that jail. So I'm sure that the cameras will probably all quit, and the guards weren't even on the payroll. They'll probably be asleep. And Bankman-Fried will allegedly hang himself with some tissue paper. He can't start talking now because he was funneling money to the one of the political parties.
Yep.
So if he starts talking, then they'll bring in the same group that took out that Saudi guy or Epstein.
Isn't it funny how quickly his girlfriend dumped him?
Yeah. Isn't it funny that she got sentenced to years in prison for sex trafficking, yet there's no people that she trafficked them to?
Oh, that's a different girlfriend. I'm talking about the latest one. You're talking about Epstein's.
Oh, you're talking about Bankman-Fried?
Yeah.
Yeah, that chick was about a Gollum-looking little thing. God.
Yeah, and just as soon as shit went south, she's like, I never loved him.
Hypergamy in action.
No shit. You know,
Even the homely
I knew
ugly
what he was
girl.
doing was wrong, and I should have said something, but I was afraid.
Yeah, because he was so intimidating.
Oh yeah,
She was in charge of the other company that they were funneling the money out of FTX into that other company. Wasn't she the head of that?
I believe so.
Yeah. She's cutting a deal right now.
Right,
Yeah.
and he's gonna swing,
Literally.
and he was swinging, swinging. The Charlotte's just as party as the angels when they sing, sitting on the front porch, swinging and then swinging. We were swinging,
See?
swinging.
You knew all the words to all of it.
Oh, that's a great song. Back when they used to fucking make fun of liberals, because
Now it's hate speech.
that was Hank Jr. making fun of the swingers.
Oh. So what did the folks say when you dropped the good news on them?
They said, well, you know, when you get here, you get here. Hope you're here in time for us, you know, because they're driving down to Joplin tomorrow, to, and I was supposed to ride with them to go see my brother. And I'm hoping I get up there uh, before they leave.
You might be sleeping in the car on the way to Joplin.
That's what I'm thinking. But what's going on is I was supposed to be there yesterday, and I ain't got no clean clothes. I don't want to put my stinky ass in a cab with them, even though I did take a shower.
Way of the road. You don't have any clean clothes. You had a reset the other day. What are you talking about, mister?
The places I was stopped at didn't have fucking laundry.
Well, you're
Not
going to have
every
to
place
talk to
has laundry.
you got to talk to your co-pilot about that. Your co-pilot Hemi, he's got to be looking out for you. He don't want you wearing inside out underwears.
Well, I've got clean underwear, but I
Well,
don't
that's
have
all
any
you.
new. I don't have any new fucking pants. I'm wearing fucking sweatpants today.
You can't stink up your bibs that bad. Just wear bibs. You're going to be in Missouri, for goodness sake. I mean, that's mostly
That's
holiday
true.
wear anyways.
I'll put on my nice shirt.
Nice shirt with your bib overalls. You're going to meeting shirt.
Yeah.
I should probably call my cousin up. She sent me a Christmas card. She sends me one every year, but she doesn't say Christmas. It's Happy Solstice.
She's a Wiccan.
I don't know, but she has two daughters, and this latest picture, one of them has red hair and a nose ring. The other one has brown hair and a nose ring. And there is also a gentleman that I've never seen before standing there in the picture. And I would say that by the wording on the card, that is probably a boyfriend.
Okay.
And he looks like he almost has a mohawk. I mean, it's
Is he
pretty.
like the age of your cousin or the age of your cousin's daughters?
No, he would be the age of the cousin. This cousin would be 6 years younger than me, so she would be 40, 44, 45. And the
Both good
daughter,
caliber handguns.
yeah. That's what he's on. He's on a paddle board. I was like, what the hell is he on that picture? And it's a paddle board.
Are they like all at the beach or something?
No, I would say from the looks of the body of water he's on, I would say he's probably on the St. Joe River or the Coeur d'Alene River in Idaho.
Okay.
He's on a river he's not on a lake at all. That's a river, but yeah, so anyhow, every year she sends me a card, which is nice, and she always takes pictures with her kids, and they look 180 degrees different than they did the year before. So they've got to be, oh man, how old are they? Probably 17, 15, somewhere in there.
Very
16,
nice.
14, 16, 14, somewhere in there. And my cousin's a teacher, so she's extremely left leaning.
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me to see that there's bull rings hanging out of these pretty little girls' noses.
Yep. I don't know why they fucking think that's so sexy.
Yeah, this isn't a post. This is actually the ring with the two barbells on the end of it, looks like a horseshoe going through the septum.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they both have
You said it correctly, bull ring.
Yeah. And her dad was my favorite uncle on my dad's side. He was the nicest one of the whole bunch of them. He was a teacher too. He taught, well, at one school they were at in the central Idaho, where very small town. He taught 1st through 6th grade or something like that.
Yeah.
Small schools. He was definitely my favorite uncle. He was the most righteous of them all. He was the only one that was married to his wife until she passed away. So he was the only one that wasn't divorced or had 100 failed relationships. He was a pretty decent guy. Him and his wife, my aunt, were really, really decent people. Best rifle shot I've ever seen in my life. That guy could shoot.
Everybody needs an uncle like that.
Yeah. We could be sitting around a campfire drinking beers and stuff, and you'd ask him, hey, do you think you could hit that? And it'd be a pine cone that you could not hardly even see or something. He could be staggering around, grab a rifle, boom, and put the rifle away and sit back down and drink beer. And it's like, holy crap. It's like he got a rifle in his hand, and that the hands and the eye were very steady. Couldn't walk, but he could lay down and shoot.
Well, we are going to stop and get ourselves some decent here in Perry, Oklahoma.
Well, they see they got a Whack Arnold's right there. You don't want to eat anything in there. It's bad for you. So who would you say has the best restaurants in the truck stop era? Is it Zapp Brothers?
Yeah, I have to say so.
Yeah.
It's a toss-up between Zapp Brothers and TA. TA's sort of hit and miss.
Is that snow in the ditch there?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure. Last time I said that it was cotton, so
Yeah. Well, we're no longer way down south. It's 24 degrees. And what the fuck is this little car doing? Little car. You're in the wrong spot. That's a truck spot. I hope I don't squish you. Okay, get off your cell phone, bitch.
Brandon, you still have a fork on the dashboard, don't you?
Yes, I do. But it's a different fork.
I can see it.
Good. Wouldn't want you to feel left out. Jump around old Mr. Swifty Swift here. Besides, he's going to park in the fucking approach to the.
Well, and there's a cone up in front of him. What's going on there?
I think he thinks that's a great place to sleep. There's tons of fucking parking here. What a fucking lazy bastard. Fucking.
Sleep in the approach on it?
Yeah.
We haven't had any comments in a while. Everybody is lurking. There's lurkers.
Yeah, we've got 3 lurkers now. We're down from 5. I'm going to put on my long sleeve shirt. When I left Falls Valley, it was fucking 50 degrees. Now it's 24.
I'm no brilliant mathematician, but I would say that was less.
Yes, sir. I believe you are correct.
Oh, while you're doing that, I'm going to go get in my sweatpants.
Okay.
You back and going?
Congratulations on changing your clothes.
Congratulations on adding diesel. I thought we were supposed to be out of diesel 24 days ago or something like that.
I think that was all bullshit.
I think you're right. I think there was bread and circus, dog and pony show to distract from other things. We got a couple comments.
All right.
Douglas Edwards.
Mr. Douglas Edwards, Merry Christmas. And what does Douglas Edwards, Esquire, have to say?
Just, hey, what's going on? How you doing? I think Iridium Kush is probably one of our lurkers, because when I was getting ready to go eat, he said he would stay on the stream just to keep it going. So he might just have it on there. Just helping you out, man.
Yeah. There are really a large number of very good people in the MGTOW community. A preponderance.
A plethora?
Maybe even a cornucopia.
Oh, man, I just got a little knot in the old beard hair, and I tried to get it out of there, and 6 of them came out. One of them was silver.
Well, you are silver-backed agape.
Yeah. So how much diesel did you put in that there rig?
I was only down to 1/3 of a tank, so about 250 gallons. I'm still filling the. I'm filling the reefer now.
Oh,
but it's half full.
250 gallons at what? $4 a gallon?
Like
Oklahoma.
something like that. 372.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm not paying that bill.
Yeah. And then I just put 28 gallons in the reefer.
How much fuel does one of those hold?
100.
The reefer holds 100 gallons?
Yeah.
Wow. Man, I didn't know that.
It's a big fucking
What are you
tank.
hauling anyways?
Maybe 50. I don't know. I don't know what I'm hauling.
You're just hauling.
But,
you're hauling ass is what you're hauling.
Yeah, that's true. I'll be right back. I got to move the truck up a little bit. Then I have to urinate.
Where the road?
Unfortunately, not tonight. My cup is full of pomegranate juice.
Oh, I thought you were going to say my cup was full of piss.
I threw out my piss cup at the last place I was parked at.
Hey, Brandon, Doug's backstage.
Okay. I will let Doug in. Because you gotta let Doug in. Because he's dug in deeper than Alabama tick.
That's right.
Yo, Brandon and Mouth Agape Ape. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. Merry Christmas. I'll be right back.
Okay.
How's it going today, Doug?
Man, I'm doing good, I think. This is some cold winter up here, but I did some homework and I've knocked out quite a bit of it, but I'm gonna do at least a little bit of it every day. And
well, it stays fresh in your mind then too.
Yeah. I'm gonna stay on top of that. But yeah, I'm doing good.
Cool. So you got the weekend off, but you guys are working on Monday.
Yes, we're
Okay.
going in Monday, and we're going outside and going to go check out the trains.
Cool.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm going to pay attention and watch where I'm going and just learn and take it in, learn as much as I can every day.
Don't have your phone on and around you, and don't be taking pictures or anything. They frown on that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't
Yeah,
have your phone out.
I won't. In
Yep.
fact, I'll probably actually just keep it in the either I'll keep it in the classroom where it's warm anyway. I got a box of stuff in there. I'll just put it in there.
Yeah. Just
I
put
won't
it on
even have it on me.
vibrate or put it on silent so it's not going to be ringing, and
Yeah,
just forget you have it.
absolutely. I put it on silence every day this past week, and so yeah, I'm going to keep doing that. I'll probably just leave it in there because it'll be cold.
Yeah. Hey, Hemi, what's going on? We are back in the saddle again. Brandon was fueling the truck up and fueling up the reefer unit, and then he had to pull the truck up a little farther, and I think he's finishing up the reefer unit or maybe the other tank on his truck.
I'm guessing it's probably pretty cold where you're at too, isn't it, Ape?
13 right now, and today
Yeah.
it got up to about 24, and it felt like summertime.
I'm gonna have to check the weather for Monday. They said it was supposed to be 30, so that might feel better. And these guys, they layered me up, man. They gave me a bunch of their old stuff. I got snow boots from a guy too.
Oh wow!
So I walked out yesterday like fully loaded with all kinds of stuff.
Well, that's awful nice of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I was happy about it.
Cool.
So I still get to go, I guess, order boots and everything like that. But I guess I will. I guess I will do that.
Well, you should get one pair of boots a year that they'll pay $100 on it for. It used to be they would pay for the boots. When I first hired on, you could get 2 pairs of boots a year.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
so I'd get a real heavy pair, just for if you had to walk in the rocks and stuff. And then they had these things called Lehighs, and they were like a high top tennis shoe with a steel toe. Man, they were comfortable. Of course, they get rid of them. It's like, damn it.
Yeah. Gosh.
Yeah.
We went over some GTBs, which is like the stuff I get from the engineer about which cars he's going to hook up.
I thought that meant that you were going to be a good time boy.
Wrong.
I don't know what that means.
I'm sure it's an old Navy slang for when they go into the port. Stay away from the good time boys and the lady boys. Did you get all of it out?
Seems like it.
Hemi says 12 degrees here, felt like -4 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it got up to about 24 here. And 2 nights ago when I went to bed, it was 22 or 24 below 0 Fahrenheit. And with the wind, it was -60 with the wind chills.
Yeah. I got up today and my car wouldn't start. And so Riggs came over and helped me out with that. He had this little boost, like this little cable thing that just hooked up to the batteries. It fired right up.
Yeah, make sure you go out and start your car every day now and let it run for a little bit, because you probably have a weak battery and that cold didn't help it any.
No, it's it didn't happen at all during the week, but so yeah, today that's what happened. Yep.
You didn't leave the heater wired up, did you?
No, actually, I unplug that every night.
Oh, Brandon's on the move again.
Yep. Let me go full screen.
Nice. Oh, look at all these spots. Yeah.
Yep. Nobody is out today. Everybody's home.
Yep.
Except for these guys. And
Poor
me.
suckers.
Yep.
Well, that's a pretty empty truck stop.
I've never seen one like this before. Not even in the fucking middle of Wyoming.
Wow.
So how much farther do you got, Brandon? You still around 300 miles?
286.
280. Yeah. You're still about 6 hours out still, huh?
Yeah.
And it's 7:45, so you won't get there till 2 in the morning.
It's about that, yeah.
Oh, yeah. You'll have enough time to go put your head down for a couple hours and get in the car and drive down to Joplin, huh?
Joplin.
Yeah, he's heading down there. Or at least that was the plan.
Yeah. I'm hoping I can get down there. You know, might be the last time I ever see my brother, so make the best of it as I can.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one that had all the stents put in?
Yeah.
How's he doing with that?
He's alive. He's back to work.
Oh, that's good.
but it's the first year. If they make it through the first year, then they'll probably live another 20.
Yeah.
If not more. Like my mom had open heart surgery in 2000, and she's still alive and kicking.
Good. Yeah.
Hemi, Brandon's going to Kansas City where his folks live, and then they're going to go to Joplin, Missouri.
Nice.
How far from Joplin was your hometown there?
About 3 hours. Well, actually, no, more like 4.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you live on the other side of Uranus.
That's right. Yes.
Doug, have you ever been to Uranus, Missouri?
I have.
Do they call it Uranus or what?
I don't know. I've never actually been there before. I'm just trying to keep up.
Well, you could say no, but I wanted to go.
Oh man, it sounds like I need to get back in that Urban Dictionary or something. I better be studying that along with all these rules to make sure that I'm getting the best of both worlds out there with these guys.
You want to be able to hold your own and fit in.
Yes. Yeah.
So is it just you and another guy that are in the class together?
Yeah, me and a guy from Arizona. And
oh wow.
So he's like he's never been in cold like this before.
Welcome to Iowa. Welcome to the railroad, bitch.
Yeah. And he's a nice fella. I just hope my dadgum car holds up to go to freaking Kansas City. I got to go there in a few weeks. If something I might have to say, hey man, I'll split the gas with you if we're both going to at the same time, but obviously you'd rather have a car on you, but
Yeah. Well, like I said, there's plenty of usually the hotels that contract with the railroad that go for Johnson County for the college there. Mm-hmm. they'll have a shuttle that will take you
Oh,
like to a restaurant or something if it's not
yeah.
too far away. They have a certain mileage limit, but you could go if you wanted to try this restaurant's a few miles away. You could get on the airport or not an
Yeah.
airport shuttle, but the hotel shuttle, and
I
they usually
wonder,
they'll take you to the
would
deal.
that be hard on my car just sitting here and not being not being started for 3 weeks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially if it gets cold.
So
It'll
You'd
I
want to
might.
take your battery out and put it in your apartment.
Yeah, okay. Okay. That's what Riggs Jr. was saying to do too. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you have to leave it, your battery, if it's not in good shape, it's going to discharge and then it's going to freeze. And once it
Oh,
freezes, you're done for.
okay. So
You
just
got a
take
block
it out.
heater?
I'm not sure, Brandon.
Not on a Chevy Impala. They didn't come with one, I should say. They have magnetic block heaters though you could just put on the oil pan, but I don't think it's going to get cold like this again unless we have another one of these Arctic blasts. This winter is not going to be that cold, I don't think.
Okay.
Generally it isn't, but
Yeah.
so
Well, compared to how it was on Thursday, I can't believe how warm it is actually. Because on Thursday night, in Arkansas, it got down to 5 degrees.
yeah,
And
that's
it got, and here I am in Oklahoma, the other side of the storm, and today it was up to 50.
Hey, Jay Donovan's in here. Greetings.
Right now, according to Google, it is 2, and it feels like -15.
Yeah, and you've never lived in that before, have you?
Never, never.
You'll get used to it.
Yeah.
Hey, Doug, did I tell you I drove through your home stomping grounds yesterday? Yeah, yesterday.
Poplar Bluff.
Yeah,
Nice. What did you think
I
about that
came
little stop?
flat. Most of it was pretty flat because I came across on like 551 and then met up with Highway 20 something, 29.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's pretty cool.
So
He waved at you, but you weren't there.
No.
we waved at your kin.
Yeah. I called my dad today and talked to him for a little bit. My other part, my aunt, I got an aunt there and some cousins.
Hemi's backstage,
Oh, of course.
and Jay Donovan's in my time zone, so he's in the mountain time. He says it's 7:53 there. That's what I got.
Mr. Hemi, good to see you.
Merry Christmas to Mr. Donovan as well. Hemi, if I haven't said it, then Merry Christmas to you too.
He's being silent. He's on mic. He's just playing games now.
Yeah. Hey, and there's the world's smallest casino.
Jay Donovan, South Texas, and you were still in Mountain Time Zone?
Yeah, that should be Central.
Yeah, South. Are you way Southwest Texas?
You must be out in where's that freaking Beto O'Rourke country?
El Paso. You're near Corpus Christi. You're in Central Time Zone, aren't you? There.
Corpus Christi Central.
Yeah. Yep. He says, "Yeah, I guess." He was laughing, laugh out loud. He must have looked at the clock or something.
Yeah,
Near Corpus Christi. You're down. You are way down there. Not as far down as Brownsville, but you're getting close.
Mm.
You know, they named that after the underwear, right?
The Brownsville?
Yeah.
I was not aware of that, Brandon. Please tell me the story.
Well, they get down. They get down there and they'd come to the Rio Grande and they figured it was a good place to wash their skivvies. So they set up camp and everybody got to cleaning their drawers and it dyed the water all muddy brown, so they called it Brownsville.
You kind of was reaching on that one.
I know I didn't have a fucking story behind it. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, you wasn't like the other day when we were playing conspiracy theory game on Billy Hot Bomb. You were just pulling shit out your ass there. You were doing pretty good. Hey Brandon, I got one for you on the how Topeka got its name.
Oh, let's hear this.
Oh yeah, when the settlers were coming across, expanding into the new country, the new territories, they had an Indian guide, and they come up there where Topeka is. And the Indian was standing there next to the settler, and he looked down, and the settler had a hole in the top of his shoe. And the Indian guide looked at him and says, "Topeki."
Very good.
Sorry, I kind of bombed that one too.
Well, if you ran across a dead body and he had a suitcase and all of his socks had a hole in them, where do you think he'd live?
Topeka?
Yes, that's right. You'd make a great investigator.
I'm not just a pretty face.
Ooh.
So, Doug, have you had any more issues with your downstairs neighbor?
Actually, no. No, I haven't heard from her this week.
You said that you went and knocked on her door. Did you have it out? Did you threaten to give her a forearm shiver or what?
No. After the whole police incident, she left me alone after that.
The cops show up because of the guy upstairs making a bunch of racket and banging around or what?
No, she was smashing into my ceiling, so I just got fed up with it. And I called the local law enforcement, and they sent a guy over here. And I guess it must have just scared her, so she left me alone.
Well, good. Maybe that's all she needed.
That's what I think. I think she was just yeah. So I'm happy about that. It's been peace and quiet all week.
Well, good.
And usually by this time or like 9 o'clock, I'm 9:30. I'm going to sleep now and getting up about 5:30.
Yeah.
And working on some of that stuff before I go to class at 8. And I'm going to do that Monday too.
You should keep the same time schedule.
Yeah. Every day.
Yep.
Yeah.
While you're doing this stuff.
Yeah.
And also while you're drying out.
Yes. That's going pretty well too, actually.
Good.
Yeah. It's not haven't had any issues with it.
And if she asks you what you're doing for a living because she sees you leaving all the time now, you just tell her you're a contract killer.
Okay.
But but you work multiple shifts.
Yes. I'm in the mafia. With freaking Robert Duvall and Marlon Brando. Like who?
I'm just undercover, just keeping a low profile, but I'm really in the mob.
That's it. Yes.
I should be calling the cops on your ass then.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think I've heard from the last from her, so that's good. I even moved my fan. I moved it all the way in the kitchen, which is, I say all the way, it's 5 feet away.
Yeah, but
You
she still was being a pain in the ass.
Yeah, because she would start that about midnight, and last Sunday, so I didn't sleep an hour that night, of course, and ended up on Cush's stream at like 4 a.m. and then ended up at no, that was Saturday. That was last Saturday night.
Yeah.
And then Sunday night she started in about midnight, and then just pounded on my freaking ceiling for like hours. And I was like, shit, I got to be at work. I still got there. I wasn't not going to be there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have put up with that shit either.
Mm-mm.
Oh, good. Maybe she knows that now you'll just call the cops on her, and they'll have to give her a disorderly conduct or a disturbing the peace ticket.
Yeah. Or I couldn't believe they didn't do that then. I mean, I was shocked. They just said, because if it had been on the other foot, and I was harassing
Yeah.
my
Oh yeah.
they'd be putting me in jail.
She pulled the old dusty vagina card out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's wacky what they get away with, like that I couldn't get away with.
they might not even know her.
Mm-hmm.
The person that was in that apartment before may have called the cops on that crazy old broad.
Yeah, probably.
Maybe that's why that apartment was open and you happened to slide on in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I like the location though, because I'm a mile from the job.
Is that all it is? Is a mile to the yard?
Yeah, it's 1 mile. I am 1.8, or so I guess it's closer to 2 miles, but it
Well, if you had to,
doesn't feel like it.
You could run to work if you had to.
Yeah, yeah.
Are those windmills up ahead of you, Brandon?
Yes, they are. Lots of them.
I can see the lights blinking. I've seen that before down in Colorado. Miles and miles of windmills. It's a giant runway for the spacecrafts.
UFOs.
I hate it. I hate it. When I'm in the fucking country, I don't want to see nothing.
But when dingoes and Sam Squatches.
Sam Squatches, you don't really see them. They're shy.
How about the chupacabra?
The chupacabra, sometimes get in your vegetable garden. You'll hear them out there mixing it up with the rabbits.
Oh yeah, and man bear pig.
You really got to watch out for man bear pig because they are aggressive. That's what you need to put. That's what you need to put on your one of your thumbnails, Brandon, is a picture of man bear pig.
Man bear pig? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will do that.
It was a character off of South Park. It was a mutant animal, and it was a man bear pig.
Yeah. I thought chupacabra was too.
Well, chupacabras, from what I've gathered, is a lot like a dog.
But they're vampires.
Vampire dogs.
Yeah, they live in the desert. Yeah, yes. They live in the deserts of Mexico.
Oh,
they're blood-sucking creatures.
Holy crap! Yeah.
Was that a Stady that went by you or just a Charger?
I don't know.
Fuck, he went by you like you were standing still.
Yep. I'm maxed out at 65 miles an hour.
Doesn't your foot get tired from just mashing that pedal to the floor?
I'm sure you probably got it on the cruise control setting.
Yes, I do.
I wouldn't want my leg getting cramped up after all those hours of driving.
Well, that's what the lot lizards are for.
Oh.
Leg massage?
Yeah.
Did you already go by all those windmills?
No, I'm in the middle of them all.
Oh, okay. I can't see any more blinking lights.
I need to stop fucking looking around.
So I got me some jumper cables now.
Good.
Yeah.
There's hundreds of them. Fucking hundreds of them. As far as the eye can see.
That's green energy at work. Till the wind quits blowing. And then I seen a deal today somebody put out and it showed a bunch of solar panels all covered in snow. And it says, if you're warm right now, think coal power plants and pipelines.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever ask those guys what the closed seniority district meant?
I talked to a few of them, and they said unless I become an engineer, and even then, if I become an engineer, I lose all my seniority if I leave. So
it's its own. Yeah. You're in your own seniority district where nobody can bump in or bid in, and nobody can bid out.
Yes.
How in the hell does that work?
And
sounds like you're stuck, Doug.
I think that
hope you like it.
I am. I can deal with it. And like well, obviously I can deal with it for a few years. But I guess after I get down the road a couple of years and I got some experience, I'll do that engineer training and try to go somewhere warmer if I can. But the problem is I lose all my seniority if I do that. I have to start from scratch.
Where can you bid in that district you're in right now, or is it just Sioux City?
It's just Sioux City.
That is strange. I have never heard of them doing that. The reason they did that is they want somebody to stay there.
Yep.
Hey, Doug, have you taken a drive east of town?
I think so.
It's really pretty. And, you know, if you're going to be there permanent, like, you might want to think about finding
Leaving.
someplace outside of town.
Yeah, I agree.
It's got those rolling hills. And
Yeah, that's absolutely what I need to do for sure. Because I got to live here a year, but then I can get out. I don't. All I got. Yeah, I should do that. Yeah,
Eric Zombro's in the chat, wishing everybody a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Eric.
hello,
Merry Christmas
Eric.
to Eric. We put the invite in the chat, and then we'll get Eric to come on. Sometimes he's talkative.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he's beating people up in Chicago.
He just kicked him in the lead. That's all it takes. He's very efficient.
Yeah, when you can't stand up, you can't fight real good. I got to talk to Dak today.
Yeah?
Yeah, we hadn't friended each other on Discord, so he was trying to send me a message. And I tried calling him, and it didn't work. And then he said, "Did you get this message?" And I responded, "Yeah." Well, then I see a friend request, and so I clicked on it, and then we could start talking back, just texting, like DMing back and forth. And then he said, "Yeah, we can call each other now, because up in Canada they can't. Their cell phones are outrageous. If they want to call international, they get raped." So I just hit the call button, and he answered about 4 rings. I was like, "Hey, buddy." So get to talk on Discord for free.
Oh,
Did you
that's
say,
cool.
"Hey, what's up, Dak?"
Yeah, what's up, Dak? Nah, could be. Yeah, you can talk to anybody in Discord. You can talk to Shinobi One. You can talk to other people all around, and it don't go on your cell phone bill.
That's cool. I didn't
And
know
you can have a group chat where you can invite a bunch of members that are in your group. You can invite them, and you can start a chat and be talking to everybody. And then people that are in that group, if they get the message, they can come in and leave at any time.
That's cool. Are you on there, Ape?
Yes, I am. I'm on Shinobi's.
Oh, I'll go. Okay, I'll go over there.
Actually, have Hemi in the chat. Have Hemi drop the link, because I think you have to be invited into a Discord, don't you?
I'm already in Shinobi's.
Oh, you are. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But my name is just different. My name over there is Sevenfold 82, and
okay.
I'll find you and I'll let you know that it's me sending you that message.
Yeah. Just do that, because I've just got the same picture and everything of Mouth of Gay.
Well, that's about Sevenfold 82 all the way fucked up. And I'm talking about the road construction here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's 1 lane.
Yeah, but I was barely able to make the corner.
Yeah, it's narrow. And those cars look like they're coming in your lane straight at you.
It does look like that. Damn. Yep.
Well, it's better on this side because it doesn't have fucking cement, the Jersey barriers on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was talking to him. He's been trying to get parts for that 1940 John Deere that him and his friend Keenan are working on. And yesterday I was out and about because it wasn't 60 below. So I went down to this old junkyard that it's an ag supply and junkyard, and was trying to find some parts. And boy, 1940 John Deere Bs are hard to find parts for.
Mm.
But I got a big catalog of theirs, and they have 14 different junkyards that are basically affiliated with them. And so I grabbed this big thick catalog and the guy's business card, and I'm going to mail it up to Dak this week, so he's got another parts reference.
Mm-hmm.
They have one junkyard up there in Ontario, St. Mary's, I believe. Hemi would know where that is, I'm sure.
Yep.
Is the Hemi in here?
I am.
Hey, what's up?
Just wrapping some Christmas gifts.
When are you going to start cooking tomorrow?
Probably like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Are you smoking that brisket?
No, he couldn't get it lit.
Oh. How far is St. Mary from you, Hemi?
2 hours.
Yeah.
2.5 hours. Yeah. It's London way.
Excuse me.
I'm trying to help Dak find some parts, and I may have found a starter, but it's extremely expensive. Like $540 expensive.
Oof.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that's a rebuilt Delco for that John Deere.
But it's not like they make them anymore.
No, it's like $423 plus $100 core. But I guess Dak's friend, that Keenan, that's helping him with that project, I talked to him today, and he said he was going. He's got a guy over in BC that may have one, so over Mitchell's way. So, well, it'll probably be cheaper to get it shipped in BC than it will be from America. Hey, Hemi, didn't you say that if I was to buy a part down here and I wanted to send it to Dak, just take it out of all the new packaging and just put it in generic packaging and just say used parts?
Yeah, send it as a gift. Take it in all of its commercial packaging. Wrap it up in just a brown box. And when the post office, when you're sending it, they'll say, would you like insurance? Get insurance for whatever it's worth. But if there's anywhere to declare what it is, just declare it as a gift. And then he shouldn't get any duties upon it. As
a gift.
Yeah.
You have to on that form though, to ship it international, you have to declare what it is.
Usually, they'll want a description, a weight, and you can also opt in for any type of coverage in case it was damaged. Send a couple $100 part, you may want to pay the $8 or whatever it is for a couple $100 worth of insurance on it.
Right.
Because those guys kick parcels around.
And then just say that it's a gift and he shouldn't get hit with a duty.
Yeah, pack it well, and it's just a gift to my my friend, and whatever. They don't even need to know the relationship. Just a gift to
my great grandpappy up in Edmonton.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I had an old computer, and I packed it really shitty on purpose, and then got it insured for the price of a brand new computer and sent it to my friends. And
You don't need to say the
when it
rest
got
because you probably was breaking a law.
oh, I think we're past the fucking statute of limitations on that.
Oh, okay.
That was back when I was still in the Navy.
And so your friends played hacky sack with it when they got it?
No, they got it, and it was all fucked up because not only had it not survived my packing job, somebody had fucking caved in one of the corners.
Nice. And that was all she wrote, and Brandon had himself a brand new computer.
No, Brandon didn't, but my friends did.
Ah.
Because I bought myself a new computer and gave him my old one.
I said, I'm going to give you an old one, but I'm going to do you a solid.
Yeah, I had an eBay seller send me car parts once, and I found the way to avoid the duties, customs and duties, was to have it sent up as a gift.
Okay. Well, I'm working on a front wheel for that thing, and I got a buddy of mine that knows some old ranchers and farmers around the area, and one of the old guys he talked to says, "Oh, I think I got 3 or 4 of them different ones around." So early this week, I should know for that, and if I can get it picked up pretty reasonable, I'll probably snatch that up and send
But
it on.
the Freedom Seed planters you have to bring up yourself.
Yes, yeah, and then yeah, I take the risk of getting thrown in prison.
Yeah, but it's a Canadian prison. They'll be very polite to you.
Oh, poutine every day.
Poutine and maple syrup pancakes.
Oh, damn! Sign me up, son. Kush is going to his diner, his favorite diner, tomorrow morning because it's free pancakes on Christmas. Oh,
He better tip his waitress.
well, it's it's probably going to be that goth girl that's always giving him the side eye. I asked him earlier in the stream. I said, "Is that one girl going to be there?" And he goes, "Yeah, probably." And I was like, "Well, she's after your Yule log, you know."
You'll be sorry.
Yule Brenner.
You'll be stuck paying for 20 years.
Yeah. Oh, he's made it to almost 50. He's not going to get married. That'd be stupid to lose half your shit after a year for nothing.
Yeah. I thought he was over 50.
No, he'll be 50, I think, in March. I think that's what his birthday is March.
He looks older than me.
He's just a wee lad.
Yeah. Just a puppy.
Well, that Doug's a youngin' right there.
Oh,
Yeah, he is.
40.
He probably still wears Depends. I mean, not Depends. Huggies.
Pampers.
No, I've been out of those.
He's got pull-ups now.
Yep. Agree.
Mommy, wow, I'm a big kid now.
I remember that.
Oh, good, kid. You shit your diaper. Now go fucking change it and put a new one on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Take a shower while you're at it.
Yeah, wipe that ass. Man, I'm starting to fade fast. It was up since 1 o'clock this morning.
Damn.
With I drank 2 glasses of eggnog last night, Doug, and each glass had 1 shot of whiskey in it with about 12 ounces of eggnog, and it was really good. But I haven't drinking any type of dairy like that in about a year. And about 1 o'clock in the morning, my stomach started doing monkey backflips, and I was like, "Oh God!"
Yeah, I've been there. I don't mess with milk really at all or anything.
As long as it wasn't double monkey backflips.
No, it wasn't a Coach Greg Adams double monkey backflip.
Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, it does that to me too.
Well, I've never really had a problem with it that I know of. It's just I haven't drank any type of milk like that. I eat cheese, like hard cheese and stuff, but I don't drink any milk. I haven't bought a gallon of milk in almost 2 years.
Yeah,
but
I don't drink it either.
That freaking I love eggnog, and man, it was they were going down smooth last night. I was like, oh, these are delicious.
Yeah.
And then 3 hours later, at least I'm laying in bed, and the old gurgle, the old rumble in the Bronx. I'm like, shit.
Yep.
I was afraid to fart. It was one of them ones.
I do understand that. That's where I heard Father Saunders talk about, like, you get to a certain age where you can't trust a fart anymore. And I'm like, yep. So I can't even drink that stuff either. I'm like, I don't want to be on the train and, have a situation like that arise. So
yeah, because the bad thing about the trains is they have this potty cam in that toilet, and that toilet has a hand flush. But if you were sitting on that toilet and went across a really rough crossing, you could get that blue shit splashed up on your nutsack. And I have a friend of mine that had that happen one time. He had the shits, and he's like, "Oh man," I think he was the engineer. And he told the conductor, he goes, "I got a shit, dude. You got to take over." And he's like, "Okay." Yeah. So he jumped in the seat, and my buddy jumped down there in the bathroom, and he says, "Oh, I was blowing that toilet up." And he says, "We hit this one crossing," and he says, "It bounced so hard, I felt this cold splash." And he says, "I stood up, and my balls were blue."
Blue balls.
Damn, he had dipped his nut. Yeah, he got the water
dipping.
Up. Yeah.
Dipping Easter eggs. So then he went home and took a shower, and his old lady's like, "What the fuck is wrong with your nuts?" He's like, "I got blue balls." Oh. He said, "Yeah, you don't want to be taking dropping a deuce while you're going down the rail. That's an emergency use only."
Yeah.
And those bathrooms, you ever been in an airplane bathroom, Doug?
Yes, I have.
Okay, think of that.
Oh,
And they have these things called crew packs, and you'll learn all about them. They're this little plastic bag that it's sealed up, and it has a couple of paper towels in it. It's got this roll of toilet paper that is probably about 20 squares, and it's rolled and pressed flat. And it's that you poke your finger through and scratch your asshole toilet paper.
Oh yeah.
And then then it has like a couple of wet wipes for like the alcohol prep wet wipes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it has a hand cleaner that's like a pumice, like a hand cleaner, just this little tube. Looks like Arby's, like a horsey sauce or a packet for the sauce at Arby's. It's shaped like that. And then they'll have those on the train. But when you get out on the road, I would recommend getting a really good, the toilet paper you like to use, and carry a roll of it in your grip, and carry a package. Get a gallon Ziploc bag and throw a package of wet wipes in there. And
wet wipes are a must.
Oh, wet wipes. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Get you a few packages of wet wipes, and then once you open it up and they seal back up, get the kind that have the plastic top that seal back
Oh
up,
yeah.
and then
Mhm.
throw them in a Ziploc bag and zip the bag up, and they'll stay wet a lot
Good
longer.
forever.
Yeah, they won't
Okay.
dry out.
Perfect.
But yep, and then I would bring some kind of waterless hand wash, like a waterless hand soap. Not necessarily. You can bring the alcohol, the alcohol
The
stuff,
sand. Yeah.
hand sanitizer. But I would actually physically bring a waterless hand cleaner. You can buy them anywhere. They come in a tube. Just throw it in the same
Okay.
bag that you got your wet wipes in, and hell, if you're going to be on a train for a long time, I'd carry a freaking toothbrush and toothpaste. If you eat something and you got
Yeah.
grimy mouth, you brush your teeth. You'll have bottles of
Absolutely.
water on there on the train in the refrigerator. So
Oh, okay. That's good. Hmm.
yeah, they have
And
a
Do they got a microwave on there?
No, they don't. I've seen a couple of microwaves on them, but they were Canadian motors, Canadian Nationals. They had a microwave and a hot plate that you could put a coffee pot on.
Nice.
oof.
But those
So
guys
I'm gonna
get
be
caught up there for 3 or 4 days where they don't get switched out. The crews don't get switched out. They run a crew in the front locomotive, and then they have a crew sleeping in the next locomotive.
hmm. Wow.
Yeah, because their runs are hundreds and hundreds of miles out in the middle of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
And
so
then
one crew works while the other one sleeps, and then they switch.
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I've heard
okay.
of them doing that. Some of those Canadian Nationals actually had a cot. It was like a canvas cot that folded from where all the seats are in the back wall of the locomotive. Had a cot that would fold down, and a guy could lay on it.
I get to go start that this week. I get to go take a ride somewhere.
Well, cool. You'll
So
enjoy that.
yeah, that's gonna be cool. Yeah, for sure. They said just stick to the conductor, do what he does.
Yep.
And I'm gonna take a notepad and also I'm gonna write down questions that I have and the answers so I don't have to repeat myself a bunch.
Yep.
Um,
There you go.
and then I'll be able to say, "Hey, I didn't understand what you were explaining here. Can you tell me what that was, what you were doing?" And then I guess I'll just write it down, or that iPad's got somewhere I can put notes on. So
Yeah,
if I
but
get questions,
bring yourself a notepad, because you'll be able to write it faster on a notepad than you will an
Mhm.
iPad. And then
Yeah.
at the end of the night, you can go back in and you can put notes in the iPad. But
Mhm.
if the battery fails or something shitty there, at least you have backup paper.
Mhm. We
It
got
looks like
into
Alex is back in the chat. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Alex. Merry Christmas.
we got into stretching this week. How to stretch the cars after they connect
Yep.
to the knuckles, and to make sure to stretch all of them.
Yep.
And we got into that. We got into the Fred,
Yep.
the thing on the back of on the last car that does the
Your
air pressure with the
federal rear end device.
That's it. That's it.
I've
That's
seen
what.
them many times.
Yeah. So if the engineer, he might tell me to put a Fred on, and then do an angle cock. I'm sure you know what an angle cock is.
Yep.
And all that good. I'm picking it up slowly but surely, but I guess the more I get around it, the more I'll learn the terms
Oh yeah.
and what they do.
Yep. Just think of your switches as they're switching your direction of travel. They're switching lanes, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
You're going down one lane and you go over a crossover switch, that's switching you over to another lane, which would be another track.
One of the things they were talking to us about is restricted speed.
Yeah.
And to know what that is, and to be honest, I'm going through this stuff and I'm just not comprehending what it is. I'm sure
Restricted speed is going to be when there are groups of workmen and stuff out on the track, they'll put speed restrictions on the track from this mile post to this mile post. You can only go a maximum of 20 miles per hour until you reach this mile post. Or if there's a section of damaged track, because every couple days, every part of that track has got to have a track inspector roll down it. That's those guys in the pickup trucks with the high rails on it, and they go. You'll see them on the railroad tracks. That's a track.
Woo, we're in Kansas.
Nice.
So yeah, it's stuff that's going to be alien to you right now, but as soon as you start getting into it, you'll pick it up. Yep.
Is those rails probably can get broke? I mean, like in this freezing temperature, there's no telling what it does to them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And a rail, we had one outside of Gillette, Wyoming, and we had gotten a call that there was a train coming towards us, and it had a flat spot on one of the wheels, which means that the wheel is locked up and skidded. Mm-hmm. And it puts a flat spot on it. So when it's rolling down the rail, it goes clunk, clunk, clunk. Well, and when it's really, really cold out, that rail's brittle, and a flat spot can break that rail. Well, we had heard that they had let a train out of the Gillette yard, and it was heading east towards us, and we were near Moorcroft, Wyoming. And we had heard that they had found 7 chunks of broken rail from Gillette to Moorcroft. And then that train went by us, and I watched. I wrote the number of the car down because I was standing there, and you could hear thunk, 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 thunk. And as it went by, it's like thunk, 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 thunk. So I wrote it down and told the yardmaster or the roadmaster. I said, "This is the car." I said, "You better tell them to stop this train." They ended up with like 13 broken rails in that section, and that means crews have to come out and cut rail, patch rail, weld new rail in. I mean, it's very labor intensive.
Yeah.
And somebody had run that train, said, "Oh, it's okay." So yeah, that's in real cold weather. They can break rail pretty easy.
They just keep harping to me about the fact that, and if I'm not sure about something, just stop the whole move.
Yes.
And so that's pretty much what I'm going to do. And I mean, I might piss some of these guys off. I really don't want to, but like you get brain.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you piss them off. If
you lose contact, radio contact or visual contact, because there'll be times where you're going to be on a locomotive, you're going to be on the steps, and you're going to be the one directing the locomotive through the yard, and you're going to have a guy looking at you, and if he doesn't see your signals or if he doesn't hear you on the radio and loses contact, he's supposed to stop immediately.
Okay.
So that's just if there's any doubt, you stop.
Okay. And then just get it together and just start it back over after that, instead of like fucking running into shit.
Right. Or yeah, if a guy, you don't see him and the guy falls off and then you run over him or something happens, you know. Yeah. When in doubt, stop.
Okay.
That's what they tell us to, Doug.
Yeah. Better to be safe than sorry.
Yep.
Better to be safe than cracking a freaking $5 million locomotive through something.
Yeah. Yep. That happened a few days ago last week.
Yeah, that's what my uncle was saying, that there was a semi was with a concrete bridge girder got hit. I haven't seen the video yet on that. Hey, there's some more windmills.
Yep. They are thick along I-35. Northern Oklahoma, southern Kansas. They're fucking everywhere.
Well, that tells me that part of the country really blows.
Yes, it does. You know, that was one of the things I missed when I went to the Navy and was stationed on the West Coast. I missed the fucking wind. Just the constant fucking yeah. I couldn't believe it. You know, because you live here and you don't think about it, and it's fucking blowing all the time. And it's just, you know, it's just part of life. And when it's not around, it's like, what's fucking missing from my life? Oh yeah, I miss the fucking wind.
Well, every day's kite flying weather in Kansas.
Yeah, it is. Pretty much.
Nebraska's pretty windy too sometimes.
You know, there's a reason they fucking have all the airplane factories in Wichita.
Easier to get them off the ground.
Yeah. Back in the day when they all started, it was a great place.
Yeah, they said that I was watching this deal on the BTK killer.
Yeah.
And they were talking about Wichita in the 60s and 70s and how it was basically the airport manufacturer of the U.S.
Wow.
Right.
Everybody was there.
Well, everybody's still here, except for Gulfstream.
Yeah, because we get where we're at up here in Alliance, we get trains all the time that have Boeing fuselages on them. And they work on them down in Wichita, and then they send them on flat cars up to Everett, Washington, to the Boeing plant, and then they get assembled up there.
Yep. They build all the 737s, 777s down here. Fuselages.
I have seen Abrams tanks go by on flat cars. I've seen armored personnel carriers. I've seen artillery. One time in Washington, I saw a 2/3 scale submarine that they were bringing over. There's a naval base in Lake Pend Oreille in northern Idaho. There's a naval base on the northeast corner of that lake in the panhandle of Idaho, because Lake Pend Oreille is extremely deep. And
That's Potato Lake, right?
no, it's called Lake Pend Oreille.
Oh, I thought it was Pompetier.
But they took one of these subs, and I guess it's 2/3 the size of a regular nuclear sub, and they took it over there and put it together, and then they go do runs and trials with it. And then I was coming down the road one time, and I saw something coming at me on flat cars, and I thought, is that a plane? And I looked, and I saw a big flat or round black nose on it, the front section of the submarine, and I was like, that must be a plane. And they started to go by, and then the next section had the mast, the conning tower or whatever they call it. And I was like, oh shit, that's a submarine. And then another section went by, and then the tail section. They had it all taken apart exactly how they would put it back together, just on 4 or 5 different cars. Heading towards Seattle. And I was like, oh, they're going over to probably going back over to Bremerton. You were up there in Bremerton, weren't you? In Whidbey Island?
Whidbey Island, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been to Bremerton a few times too.
My aunt and uncle had 5 acres up there on Whidbey Island, just about 10 minutes away from Deception Pass. And every morning and all day long, the F-18s would be touch and goes at the naval base, and they'd fly right over the property.
Oh, damn. Yeah. Shit.
It didn't bother me because I grew up near Fairchild Air Force Base, so I listened. Growing up, I heard KC-135 tankers and B-52s every day of my life growing up.
Wow.
Every day you'd hear. I can tell a B-52 if one flies over me. I can tell it's a B-52 without having to look at it, because they have a distinct sound. Yeah. But yeah, So to hear those fighter jets at like 6 a.m, they just go ripping by, and you're like, ah, damn it. And then I just think, man, that's a lot of horsepower.
Yes.
Yeah, I was standing. The ex-wife and the kid and I went to Whidbey Island, and we went down to the beach, and we were underneath Deception Pass. And Brandon knows what Deception Pass is.
Yeah.
It's a bridge on the north end from Anacortes basically to Whidbey Island, and it's a very, very, very tall 2-lane bridge. And I was down on the beach underneath of it, and these F-18s were flying over doing their touch and goes or whatever. And I stopped, and I was like the only one on this section of beach, and I looked up at the guy, and he cut her hard left. And so basically we were looking at each other. He was sideways, and we were looking at each other, and he was wearing a bright yellow helmet. And I just waved at him, and I thought, hell, he can't see me. And the dude waved, and then he kicked in the throttle and fucking lit that thing up. And I was like, holy shit.
Well, people used to. I was in right when they were starting to fucking really crack down on people for doing fun stuff, and they had to cure people from fucking flying under the bridge.
Oh yeah.
And they fucking they got a full bird fucking captain
For flying
nailed
under,
his ass
for
flying under the bridge.
Oh man.
Yeah. And after that happened, nobody flew under it anymore. Now this was a fucking, he was a squadron commander.
Oh no shit.
They said, all right, no way. You've got to set an example for your troops. You lost your flight status, buddy.
Ooh.
Now that's the kiss of death.
Oh yeah. For a naval aviator?
Yeah, because after you get done with your what normally happens is you pull XO duty when you're a commander, and then you get your captain. And you go out and you run a squadron, and then you after you run the squadron for a couple of years, you go out if you're going to move up and you captain a carrier. And there ain't no moving up. You fucking, you can't fly.
They permanently pulled his flight status?
Yeah, gone. Boom.
Damn, you might as well get out of the Navy as soon as you can then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or you could become a cook on a battleship and kill a bunch of terrorists like Steven Seagal.
Yeah.
Oh, my grandpa was a pilot in the Navy during World War II.
Cool. What where was he at? Was he he's on a carrier then?
I need to ask my dad about more because he didn't tell me a whole lot, and I just knew that's what he did.
So you don't know what he was flying or anything?
I don't. I don't really.
Well, I know Dak's grandfather was a bomber pilot in World War II in the Canadian military.
Yep. Flew the Halifax bombers.
That's why his avatar is that girl, that pinup girl. That's a pinup girl off of one of those planes. So yeah, his grandpa was a bomber pilot. What did you say? It was a Halifax bomber?
Yeah, Dak's grandpa flew a Halifax.
Yeah. That was back when men were men.
Yes.
Now we're got gay pride flags in the military.
I know. Wow.
Yeah, they fucking put their boyfriend Biff.
What is that, Brandon? Is that a toll road?
That's a toll road. I-35 turns into a toll road.
Yeah,
Just
you're in
before
Kansas.
Wichita.
Yep, you're in Kansas, all right. You got to pay to drive on their fucking shitty roads.
Well, 35 is a pretty good road.
You still have to pay on it, and your fucking taxes pay enough.
Well, you
Shouldn't
think
Yes.
Yeah.
they've got oil in Kansas too, and you'd think it could all be covered out of that.
Well, Nebraska doesn't have any toll roads. We don't have very much oil, very little oil, but we do have some oil derricks around. But we also have
Nebraska's
rail
got
road.
good fucking highways. Outside of Lincoln, no, outside of Omaha, Nebraska
Oh.
has really good highways. Omaha sucks.
Yeah, and it seems like they're always working on it between Lincoln and Omaha. It's like a never-ending construction project. That's where all my fucking tax dollars go. That and all the baby mamas in Omaha.
Is
Yeah.
that a long and lonesome highway east of Omaha?
Yes.
That'd be I-80.
Yep. You can hear the engine playing out its one lone song. Brandon could
Sometimes
think
you
about
think
the
about
lot lizard that he knew the night before.
yeah.
Bob Seger, yes. And I like the Metallica version too, but
Yeah, that was a remake that was actually a pretty decent one. Most remakes suck ass, but Metallica did a pretty decent job on that one.
yeah, I thought so.
See how Hemi just lurks in the background until he can just put a zinger in there? Then he
Yes.
pounces.
Yeah. He's an ambush predator.
Yes, he's like a pike. He just sits in the weeds waiting for some unsuspecting sucker to swim by, and then he pounces on him.
He's waiting on Polska.
Surprise rapist.
Yeah, he's waiting for a Polska Bob to swim by. I haven't heard of anything from Polska. He was on a stream a couple of nights ago, but that's about it. I'm wondering if he had to dig himself out of a snowbank in Chicago.
He was delivering today. He was on Chaos's stream. He was out doing his delivery routes.
Was he? Yeah, I don't know how bad they got hit up there. It was probably so cold the gangbangers didn't even shoot at each other this last week.
Yeah, their guns froze up.
Illinois is trying to put some more draconian gun laws into the session. It's like, why don't you just arrest all the fuckers in the south side of Chicago that are shooting each other? They're the problem.
Oh, you can't do that.
No.
How else is Lightfoot going to get reelected?
Yeah, Governor Beetlejuice isn't going to fucking do nothing.
Some problems just need to take care of themselves.
You know, in the old days, the town folk would just get together and take care of issues like that.
Yeah. Also, the mafia didn't used to put up with that kind of shit.
No, they send their knee breakers in to settle stuff too. So does that
But they broke up the mob.
Does that pre-pass pay your tolls too, or do you have a separate deal that does that?
It pays it. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 little fucking doohickeys that will allow me to pay any toll in the United States, in the continental U.S.
Well, that's good.
I'm meeting a lot of good people over here. My instructors are just awesome. and they've got a lot of years in it too, and they're pretty cool.
Good. Listen to them and learn. They've been around the block. They know. They've had every situation that can probably happen to you out there. I'm sure they've all been in a derailment. They've
Yeah.
probably all hit somebody.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah,
Spend
it's
enough time out.
amazing the knowledge. I'm amazed by it. It's wild.
Yeah. Be fortunate, feel fortunate that you have guys that have that much experience instead of some guy that's got 2 years.
Oh yeah. Oh
You
gosh,
know.
yeah. And the boss of the department, they were talking to he's like yesterday he's doing he's like he was up from like 4 a.m. the previous day trying to get guys home so they could have Christmas. And then
Oh
they were
yeah.
saying, man, he's like, you're going above and beyond. The previous guy wouldn't have given two shits. It's like you're I'm like, damn. But yeah,
Well, I'll tell you what, if you have a supervisor that tries to do stuff for you and tries to do the right thing, that comes back around when they come up to a guy and say, hey, can you take I know you were gonna have a few days off, but you know, can you take this load to here, or something like that? If you have a
absolutely.
dickhead boss, you're gonna say, no, I can't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I've had a couple of foremen that here that, unless it was like, hey, can you beat this guy over the head with a shovel and then go get rid of his body? I'd probably like, well, is there any money involved? But other than that, you'd do about anything for them because they treated you right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when you got done with your job, they'd give you a job. When you got done with it, they didn't find you another job. They just said, hey, just stick around, and just in case something pops up. But hey, just chill out. And then you got these other guys, most of them are straight out of college or straight out of the military, and they think they're going to reinvent the wheel. And they come out hard charging, they're going to change the world, and they get fucked face down for a few months, and then they start to realize
It's a different beast. Yeah.
and just let people that have been here for many, many, many years, let them do their job. Don't try to micromanage them. Stay out of their business and let them work. And you will look good because they will continue to produce the work. But if you mess with them, they're going to go out of their way to fuck you.
Okay.
And that's human nature. You mess
Yeah.
with me, I'm going to go out of my way to make you look like a piece of shit. And that's just how people and the railroad unfortunately has that attitude. I mean, I work with guys that have 8 or 10 years in, and they think that they're entitled to shit, and they think that they bitch like somebody that's been there 30 years. It's like, you haven't even been here long enough to be able to bitch that like that.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They were telling us that the other day. You're going to hear guys bitch about this.
Oh, everything. Yeah. And you'll meet people, oh, I'm only going to work for the railroad for 4 years and then I'm out of here. Yeah, I heard that back in 1995 and I'm still working with the guys.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
It's like, oh, I thought you were going to leave. Well, the old lady got knocked up and I needed the insurance and blah, or, oh, the old lady left me and took the kids and now I can't afford to leave. I got to pay all this child support.
Yes. Yeah. They were talking to this guy the other day as like had gone through like almost five wives.
Jeez.
And so
That sounds expensive.
Yes, it sounds awful pricey.
Well, the running joke for a while was the Burlington Northern BNSF stood for Better Not Start a Family.
Yeah. I'll get a dog at some point, but probably not when I'm on the train. I got to be able to take care of it. But Maybe, yeah. I
Well,
like.
you can't bring like your dog on the train.
I don't
No.
think so.
No. If you need an emotional support animal, they're going to find a reason to medically disqualify you.
Sure. Yeah. No, I don't need it. But I like dogs. I just like them around. But
If
Well,
you get a
Doug,
big dog in a homestead, you know, every time
Yeah.
you come home, bring him a steak. He'll be your buddy for life,
oh
and
yes.
he'll watch your shit while you're gone.
Yep.
well, if you had a dog like that, where you could have like a big, huge tub of water, a big tub of food, and he had a house that he could go, a dog house that was insulated, he could go into. Yeah,
Mhm.
if you fed him and treated him good, he'd probably just hang around, especially if it was like a Pyrenees or something that's like a herding dog that sits there and
Yeah.
protects it.
Hmm.
Oh, Brandon, were we talking about that the other day? I watched a video where these two Belgian Malinois and a German Shepherd attacked this guy over in England riding his mountain bike.
Yeah,
Yeah, that shit wouldn't have went down in not this part of Nebraska. I'll tell you that.
no.
As soon as that first dog would have bit me in the leg, I'd have put one right in the top of his head, and then I'd have shot the other ones too, just for good measure, because they were coming at me.
Yeah,
The fucking people, I couldn't believe that. Oh, sorry about that. They were all British. Sorry about that. Fuck you, sorry. You had 3 dogs attack him.
Hmm.
And he was riding down a county road, and these dogs come out of this property, and all 3 of them tried tearing his ass up. And Malinois and Shepherds are no dog to be messed with. They're vicious if they want to bite you. That's what all the cops run, is those Malinois, because they're extremely aggressive. They're a very driven dog.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. Wow. Like
They call them Dutch Shepherds. You look up a Dutch Shepherd, it's the same thing as a Malinois.
they're fucking. They like you'll see them fucking parachuting and shit. The
Oh
guys
yeah,
fucking strap the dog up on their chest. The dog has fucking parachute goggles and stuff, and they love it.
yeah. The special
Love
forces
it.
use them in they'll jump with them.
Yeah, they fucking start them out when they're puppies, and fucking
Yeah.
carry them in their cargo pockets.
I seen one where a guy was rappelling down a cliff, and he had a dog in a harness strapped to his back,
Yeah,
and the dog is just hanging there looking around, and this dude's zipping down the side of this fucking mountain. I was like, jeez. What's Hemi doing? He's got to be out walking around in the snow.
it sounds like he's eating granola.
Oh, is he feeding right now? It's all
Yeah. Yeah, you caught me. I thought I was muted.
I thought you were walking in the snow. Brandon thinks you're eating granola. It's
A handful of chips.
Yeah, okay.
You walking
I was like,
in the snow.
With gravy.
You got gravy on those chips?
No.
Well, good. I'm glad your first week went good, Doug. It was a rough start for the last couple months, but
Yeah.
just keep up with it. And I've never heard of a closed seniority district, but the one thing about that is you won't get somebody coming in and bumping you or bidding in and taking your job.
Oh, yeah, that is good. That is very good.
So it might be you and this other guy and those other 3 or whatever that were hired before you. And
they're trying to hire 25 more for January, and which they told us that's good for you guys because that just moves you up in the
Oh, hell
senior-
yeah.
Yeah.
The more people you can get under you in seniority, the better.
Absolutely. That poor fellow was 2 days away from being protected when he had his accident and he got terminated.
Oh, you had a guy there get fired?
Not there was a guy who had made it 58 days in to after he had finished. So my probationary period doesn't start until I graduate the program.
Yeah. So you got
and then
17 weeks and then 60 days, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
And he made it to 58, day 58, and had an accident and got fired. He was 2 days away from being protected.
Damn.
Lost his job.
God, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you when in doubt, stop.
Yep.
You take the safest route no matter what.
You know, because I know 17 weeks is no amount of time compared to the guys who have been here and doing it. So when I get out there, I might have to just be extra cautious for a while, making sure I'm not making silly mistakes.
Yep.
Don't get cocky.
No, definitely. That's a good point too. This guy who said it was going around telling everybody that he was God's gift to conductors, apparently.
Oh, the one that had the accident?
Yeah. He had been saying that he's the best conductor who's come along in a while. He
Well,
was brand new.
His attitude got him fired because he made a mistake because he didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Karma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anything about it, but like I said, I'm absorbing what I can, but I'm not going to go out there with that kind of mindset.
No. Well, nobody likes a know-it-all and a bragger, so right there he would have made enemies. But then, so
they won't. They told me they won't help you if you say you know.
Yeah.
So if you don't know, just say, look, I in a nice way, basically, that
I'm unsure.
Hey, I'm unsure about this. Can you explain it to me in a way I can understand it, or something along those lines? Because
Well, that other guy was probably the kind of guy when they were trying to explain something to him, he's one of those ones that goes, "Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know." I had apprentices like that, and I finally looked at the guy and I said, "Okay, you fucking do it." What do you mean?
Yeah.
I said, right? You know. And he just kind of looked at me and I said, "You don't know shit. Shut the fuck up and listen, or get the fuck out of my face because I'm not going to train you."
Yeah.
And then, oh, sorry. Are you ready to shut up and listen? Because I've been here 25 years. You've been here 5 months. And they just kind of look at you. It's like, shut up, put your ego in your back pocket and listen.
Yep.
I got to the point where I just tell people if I listened, I'd give them one shot, and then you just kind of look at them and figure out what they're all about, and then you're like, no, I don't want to work with them. Find somebody else. But, and then sometimes you come across some really righteous dudes that are just, they want to learn, they want to do a really good job, and they want to learn correctly.
Yeah.
And they just sit there like a sponge and just absorb it.
Yeah.
Those are the pleasures. Those are the pleasures to work with, because you don't have to tell them twice, or if you do tell them twice, you'll definitely not have to tell them a third time.
That's the way I want to be, and because I want to, that's the way I want to be. I want to learn and get to a point where I can see things ahead, and help the engineer. And just, I want that type of reputation. That's how I want to be. Like, I want to be the guy that they say, hey, when Doug comes to work we know is going to be in good shape. He's going to do a good job.
Yep. And then when you've got a little notebook, right? You're taking to class.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get a section and put like 10 pages deep or something, and put questions, and put it as the header, questions, and then answers, because then you're not taking notes. Like take the second half of your notebook and make it a question section.
Perfect.
Because if you're taking notes and you're taking notes and you're teaching something here, and then you have a question about it, okay, you write the question down, and then when they say, anybody got any questions? Yeah, I do. And you read it, and then you write the answer down. Well, then you take another half a day's worth of notes. You're not going to find that answer.
Thanks, Chad. I mean, Abe. I'm sorry. Sorry, Abe. Damn it. Sorry, shit.
It's all right.
Sorry, Abe.
Well,
but
he really is. You know.
My bad, Abe. Shit.
So yeah, just
yeah.
So take that.
We got 5 people lurking too.
Take the back half of that. Yeah, they're probably all people I know that know my name.
Shit. Sorry, Abe. Damn it.
I know Hemi knows.
I know too.
Oh.
Yes, Brandon knows.
My bad, Abe. I hope you're not pissed at me here.
No,
He
yeah,
is.
all right.
You're gonna get fucking fired now, you piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some. I'm gonna make some phone calls here.
Okay, all right. Mouth.
But yeah, take the
Yeah.
second half of that notebook and make it your question and answer section. That way, you don't have a bunch of questions mixed up with a bunch of other notes. You have them all in one section, so that if you go, okay, I can't remember exactly what I'm supposed to do here. You flip to that section, and you got all your questions and all your answers. You don't have to go through 15 pages of notes and try to find
And
it.
put the day that you fucking asked the question down too. Also the day when you're doing the notes.
Yeah.
You need to put the date in there so that I remember it was a couple of weeks ago, so you go to that fucking section. There's your shit.
Yep. Yeah. You start out each day and on your notebook and put that day's date, put who the instructor is. That way, if there's ever any questions about, well, didn't they teach you this? Well, yes, they did. Well, and then you say, this is the date, and this is who taught me it.
Okay. Yes.
Document everything. You can never over document things at the railroad. The more documentation you have, the better it all is for you, because if something goes down and some dumb shit roadmaster's trying to save his ass and throw Doug under the bus, then you can say, oh no, here's all my paperwork, here's exactly what was going on.
Paper covers your ass.
Yes, and if anybody wants you to sign something, you read it first. We've learned that lesson. And you have them sign and date it also, that they gave it to you. Say, can you sign and date this? And if they start going, something's up.
Okay.
If somebody wants to have you sign a piece of paper acknowledging or admitting something, you make sure you read everything. And if you have to get union representation with you, you get it. And then if you have to take that piece of paper, you make them sign. I make the shop superintendent sign every piece of paper that he's ever handed me. I've had him sign and date it. Or the foreman.
That's cool.
So
that's good.
All you're doing is protecting yourself. And you don't have to be an asshole about it. You say, you motherfucker, you better sign this. No, just say, when they hand it to you and you accept it and you're going to accept it, they might have you sign it or sign a copy of it. And you say, I'd like you to sign this and date it also and make me a photocopy, because you keep the original and the company keeps the original, and say, I'd like you to sign and date it also. And then I would like a copy of it. They have to give you a copy of it.
That's interesting because Abe, what they were going over this with us on Friday, and they actually said, "Here's these forms you can take with you on the train to document every move that you make, where you're at, and and fill it out. Maybe what time it is, where all this stuff, what is going on with your job, and then keep it." And just it's not anything I have to turn in, but I can keep it filed away so that it really pretty much like covers my ass. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, that's happened. That most of the guys I work with, you work
There's
on a
the Boeing
locomotive.
plant.
Are you in Wichita?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, they have a daily book. You know, it's like a daily diary, but it's a daily. What do they call them? You put down everything you did work wise, and you put, okay, I worked on this locomotive, I did this, and I worked with this guy. I would always write what motor I was on and who I was working with, and they would do it too. So then they could say, hey, you did something wrong on this air brake part and it failed. And you go, okay, what date was that? Well, it was this motor here on this date. And I'll go, okay, I wasn't on that motor on that date. I was on this motor, and you can talk to my electrician, who is this person, because he was on it with me.
Nice.
And I've had foremen try to hang shit on me. And then one time it was my day off. And they said, well, we think you did this. And I said, oh, really? And I grabbed my book. Okay, what day was that? Oh, I was on a day of vacation. I wasn't even here. And then they go, oh. I said, yeah, go find somebody else.
Well, yeah. I'm going to keep those on me, and I'm going to fill them out as I work.
There's the Cessna plant. Hey, Cessna.
Man, you guys, that's good. Thanks for helping out. That's good stuff.
It's just protecting yourself. You do everything. First thing I would do, well, you're going to be filling out paperwork. You're going to be filling out paperwork for the railroad as a conductor. But in your personal little logbook, put what time you got on, what the lead locomotive was, or the train ID number, because some of them will have a big long code. You know, this is this train here. Most of them will be the lead locomotive that you're in. It'll be like the 8497 East or whatever. But you write your motor number down, write your start time, and write who your engineer is.
There's Bombardier.
Damn, they're really close together.
Well, it's a giant fucking airport.
Oh, it's the manufacturing facilities on an airport also?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Then Beechcraft is snooty. They have their own airport.
Beechcraft has its own airport.
Yeah. Had before they went bankrupt.
Oh. Because they didn't document their work.
No, they got bought out by Goldman Sachs.
Oh, so then they went bankrupt.
Then Goldman Sachs didn't. Yeah, then Goldman Sachs didn't know how to fucking build airplanes.
Yeah.
Hey, now we have somebody to round out our panel. Mr. Hemi 4-Speed.
He's back.
Nobody ever laughs at that joke. I've got to get a better joke.
To round
I
out.
guess I wasn't paying attention to it. You said round out our panel.
Yes, a Hemi rounds out our panel.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, wouldn't a Hemi half round it out?
Yeah.
It's a hemispherical, not a spherical.
It's still round.
Oh, jeez. You were reaching out for that one, Brandon. I'll give you that.
Yeah. I've been using that joke for a fucking week and nobody's laughed. So
Well, then
it must not
what's
be.
that?
It must not
What's
be
that?
funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's that tell you?
Yeah.
Did you learn something?
Anyways, Beechcraft is up here on the right. You won't be able
How
to see
far?
it too well from the highway.
How far are you away from Kansas City now, Brandon?
180 miles, 190 miles, something like that.
Shit, you've gone 100 miles since the last time we asked.
Wow.
100 miles since you said, "Are we there yet?" I'm hungry. I gotta pee. Are we there yet?
Well, I try and stop every 2 hours, just so I don't get all stiff.
Yeah.
Ape's leaning on my side.
Yes. Hammy touched me.
Ape, stay on your own side.
Hmm.
That's one hell of a long complex, though, that we're going by with all the airline manufacturers. They got to employ a lot of people, huh?
Oh, they do. They're fucking. When there's a downturn in the aviation industry, the housing market here just goes in the toilet.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was talking to some guys that were machinists out of the Boeing plant in Everett, Washington, and when Boeing in Everett goes and has a layoff, they'll lay off 11,000 people.
Oh.
It's like, huh? 11,000? Yeah. Yeah, he says, yeah, this last one they hit 11,000 people. I'm like, holy shit. And then we were talking about union meetings, and we're lucky enough at a union meeting to have a quorum, which had to be 5 people. And most of those were officers in the union. And then you might have 1 or 2 stragglers come in. I said, what are your union meetings? What are your union meetings attendance? And he goes, oh, they haven't really been good lately. He says, we're down to 200-300 people at a union meeting. And I was like, what? We only have 175 machinists in our local. Yeah, they're big numbers out there. But I almost applied for Boeing when they had a plant in Spokane that all they did was make it was almost like a hydroform plastic plant or something, and it was a Boeing plant, but they made the overhead compartments.
Right.
And so they were
lucky you didn't go.
Yeah, I didn't, because it was there in town, and I thought about applying there, and then I thought, well, maybe I'll get my foot in the door, and then I'll slip on over to Seattle and get one of those nice $45 an hour jobs, And that place was there for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden they just uprooted, and they had a massive layoff at Boeing, and they closed that place completely down.
Wow.
And they probably I don't even know if they had maybe 200 people out there. But yeah, you work for 2 or 3 years and you're off for a year, and then they get a big contract. They're making 737s for Saudi Arabia, and they ordered 100 of them. Oh shit! Everybody's shitting in tall cotton until they get all the planes done, and now it's slow, and now you're last hired, first fired.
Wow.
Oh. So I didn't do too bad for myself getting this job. So.
Whenever Boeing would change a fastener or change the type of fucking valves they're using, all the other aircraft manufacturers have to change their shit too, because all the manufacturers of like the fasteners or the valves or whatever, they're gonna fucking want to fill Boeing's orders, because Boeing's the 800-pound gorilla.
Yeah.
So we had that deal where they changed the type of fucking rivets they were using. We had to fucking go through all of our airplanes and fucking replace all on every drawing fucking rivet callouts just because Boeing did it.
Well, that's got to be a pain in the ass.
Oh, it was a fucking pain. That's the job that they kind of give you to when you first fucking show up to work.
Changing blueprints and updating stuff.
Busy work.
Yeah. Ugh. That doesn't sound fun at all.
It really sucked back in the day when I first started. They had everything still on vellum.
On what?
Vellum?
Microfiche.
Oh, man, I haven't seen a microfiche since high school.
It wasn't microfiche. It was vellum. Vellum is it's like cow. It's really fucking specialized cow or pig hide, and they use vellum because it doesn't stretch.
So it doesn't distort anything.
Right.
So you used to play with the old pig skin. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
But you weren't a football player. You just played with the pig skins.
I was a football player, but I never got paid for it.
So you got paid to play with pig foreskins?
That wasn't pig foreskins.
It was just pig skins.
Yeah.
So you got paid to play with chicharrones.
Yeah.
I like me a good spicy, salty chicharrone sometimes. I've got a friend that his wife makes chicharron burritos, bean burritos, and they buy these chicharrones down in Phoenix at this it's like a Mexican butcher shop, and they have chunks of fat and almost like side pork and bacon, almost chunks of meat attached to the pig skin, and they'll buy pounds and pounds and pounds of it, and they'll take it home, cut it up, and or they can they'll fry it right there. They'll fry it all right there for you and sell it to you in the bag, and then she'll make pinto burrito with chicharrones in it. She'll soak them, and then she makes her own hot salsa. Oh God, they're so good.
That's good shit.
Oh,
That's what they put in the refried beans down there in Laredo.
oh, they put chicharrones in there.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, you can't go wrong with pig skins in beans and Mexican food.
Everybody at here says they have good Mexican food in Sioux City. I haven't been anywhere yet, but these guys seem to know the spots.
Oh yeah, you talk to the guys that've been around for a while. And the nice thing about Sioux City is it's big enough that you'll have Thai food. You've got Japanese restaurants, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You're not far from Sioux Falls, and you've been up there with Riggs, and you said that park, that was it's not a national park, but it's a state park.
Yeah.
You said that's pretty cool area up there.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I
you got more stuff to do over there than I do over here. I'll guarantee it.
wow.
You need to find yourself some fishing holes. Once you get yourself a pickup and you can have a day off, go find yourself a fishing hole and drown a worm.
Absolutely. I will.
You're right there on the Missouri River too. They got paddle fish in the Missouri River.
Oh,
You ever seen a paddlefish?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Look up a paddlefish, and they have them up by Glendive, Montana, I know. But they have them down in your area because there's a guy that goes paddle fishing on the Missouri, and he lives over there on the basically on the Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska border, right there in that area.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes fishing on the Missouri River for paddlefish. You have to snag paddlefish because they got a long spoon bill. They're mostly like plankton eaters and stuff. They don't really bite a hook, so you basically have to snag them.
Okay.
And they're a relative of the sturgeon, I believe. They're a very old fish. I mean, you can get a big paddlefish that might be 40, 50 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, you'll have plenty of areas over there to fish, and then that in Council Bluffs, Iowa, there south of you, right across the river from Omaha, there's a huge Bass Pro Shops Cabela's there. That's really cool.
Oh wow! I'm looking at pictures of this paddlefish. Whoa!
There's some big ones.
They are whoppers. Yeah, that will be fun.
Yeah. Pretty hard to fish for them if you're not in a boat, though. You got to go out and just basically sit in the channel and then drop a weight with some treble hooks on it and then just bump it up and down. And when you feel a resistance, set the hook, because you might have one. But yeah, they don't attack lures. They don't bite lures with that mouth of theirs. But yeah, you're going to have some opportunities if you like to go. You ever been pheasant hunting?
Pheasant hunting.
You ever go bird hunting?
I haven't.
South Dakota is the bird hunting capital of the United States, and you're right there next to them. So if you ever want to go pheasant hunting, there's lots of places you can pay to, like these places that have pheasant hunting and stuff. You can go out there, or you can go out on public land, but those are pretty much picked through. But yeah, there's a lot of areas, a lot of stuff for recreation out there that you'll be able to enjoy, and you'll have the finances to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and in the summer you can ride the polo ponies, and go hunting.
Yeah.
Go fox hunting, yes.
Yeah. Is there rifle ranges probably where I can go shoot?
Oh God, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure there is.
And then
you'll probably meet guys that you work with that own. A lot of people that work for the railroad are ranchers and farmers too.
Yeah.
And they might have land. They might have some land, and they just invite you out to go shooting.
That would be cool.
But I'm sure they have. You'll have gun ranges around there.
Mm-hmm.
And Nebraska has gun ranges too, so you can just jump across the river.
Nebraska.
Go hang out with your buddy Riggs.
Oh yes, I'm going over there tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. He went and battled all the Karens at Walmart and got everything ready for a Christmas dinner.
I gotta hear that.
Well, just tell him to make up a story. If he doesn't have a good one, tell him to make one up real quick.
Yeah, he's pretty good at stuff like that.
I know he bought the last 2 cans of starter fluid in Kmart, in freaking Walmart, and he goes, "Damn, there's only 2 cans left." I said, "You better buy them both." He goes, "They're mine," and I heard him clinking them, throwing them into the basket.
Yeah.
I said, "Now don't go huffing them walking through the store. You'll pass out." Getting high on ether. Well, boys, I'm going to get going.
All right.
It's been a pleasure talking with you gentlemen again. Have fun.
As always, say, you be safe tomorrow when you're earning that double time and a half.
Yes, tomorrow is double time and a half. 8 hours and you get paid for 20 hours.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yep. That's a nice paycheck there. So, all right, gentlemen, Hemi, Brandon, Doug, we will talk to you later. As always, it's my pleasure to talk to you, gentlemen.
You too.
Merry
Hank.
Christmas, Dave.
All right.
Merry
Merry
Christmas,
Christmas
man.
to you at all, too. Yep. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
Wasteman away again in Margaritaville.
Why are we
Searching for
stopping?
your. We are stopping for PPP.
Ah,
But we're going slow because they got a bunch of ice and snow. There's a spot for us right there.
Wave the road, Brandon. Use a cup. That's what
Not if I
Abe.
can help it.
Yeah.
Not if I can help
Yeah, I understand. Mm-hmm.
it. Although there's a cup laying in the road right there. Might have been that way. It's gotten chilly up here. It's 17 degrees. So I'm going to put on my coat before I go out here. I'll catch you, boy. I'm going to do a half hour and reset my clock. So put the old truck in. Put her in off duty. Come on, piece of shit. Off duty, 30 minutes. Next. Change. All right. So I'm going to go in and drain my bladder. Maybe grab me they got a Carl's Jr. here. Carl's Jr. makes a ham and Swiss sandwich that I like. So I'm going to have me a ham and Swiss sandwich. So hopefully they're
I
still
will.
open, but if they're not, it's Christmas Eve and I understand.
I'm
So
going to
I'll
say
catch you
good
guys in a
night
bit.
too, Brandon.
All right, Doug. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. Be safe out there. Keep up the good work. You got 16 more weeks of this.
Mm-hmm. And then 25 more years of it. I hope. I hope. Unless something better opens up along the way.
Yeah.
Which will be in the railroad industry.
Yeah. All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks for having me, Brandon.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, man.
Hello, Rusty. Merry Christmas to you, Rusty. We have 2 more minutes to go until our half hour is up. We'll reset our clock. It'll be a nice ham and cheese, ham and Swiss sandwich. There, the choke and puke here in the middle of the highway. And we're going to probably not stop again until we get to Kansas City. So it depends. It's starting to get a little bit more icy though, so we might stop one more time. It's about 3 hours to Kansas City from here. I'd like to get there sooner rather than later, but we will play the conditions as they lay. Thank God we don't have a lot of wind today, because that would make it a little bit more difficult to drive. Just being a little slick. I've had to cut it down 65 to 60 for most of the cruising. If it gets more slick, then we're going to go slower. That's just the way of the world. That, Mr. Ape, is the real way of the road. And our 30 minutes is up. Time to go. And the refrigerator on my truck, when it gets as cold, actually acts as a heater. No four-wheelers to squish. remember when I used to just lurk like you guys there, and two of you all hanging out in the lurk squad. Did that for, gosh, 6 years before I started commenting. It's comforting sometimes just to know there's somebody on the other end of the line watching, or that somebody is out there who's willing to share a little bit of their life on video. I used to lurk in the woodworking channels too. Love watching those guys with the lathes, turn bowls, and things like that. Some of them just post videos. Others of them have live streams of them just working. They just have a camera hooked up in the shop. Most of them are old retired guys. They just make shit. It's cool. I like watching that stuff. Hello, hamster. Merry Christmas. Hop on for a bit, buddy. I cannot read your texts. And we've got 4 people in the Lurk squad who would love to hear your voice.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
Hey.
yeah,
Excuse me.
thought that was like a pair of headlights coming your way. Where the hell are you at, Brandon?
I am crossing the Flint Hills of Kansas.
Kansas. I love I love Kansas. Yeah, I could see the salt on the side of the road there.
Yeah, salt and snow.
Salt and snow everywhere you go. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah.
So is this your final trip then? You get to take at least a couple days off or what?
Yeah, I'm taking a couple days off.
Yeah, cool. Got any big plans? Gonna cook something?
Well,
Drink,
I
whatever?
was supposed to.
You drink or whatever.
I do drink, but I'm not planning on drinking. I'll be with my parents.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And if they have some spiked eggnog, I might have a little of that.
Yeah. The old man, the only way to get through sitting with him for a day is to drink heavily. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But, he's still around, so what are you going to do?
Hey, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right?
Oh, he likes to drink. I can't keep up with him, but I can try. Yeah, so you're in Kansas, so Central Time, still like 10:25, 10:26.
Same as you.
Yeah.
Oh, or did you go to Florida?
No. I'm in St. Louis. Still freezing my ass off. Not as cold as it used to be, but it's still pretty effing cold.
Yep, that's very true.
But have you stuffed anything in front of your radiator yet on your truck, or do you have a cover, or what? What are you doing with that?
No, I'm not doing any of that.
I see a cop up ahead. Here comes a copper.
Yep. He's got somebody stopped way up there.
Is it way up there? Okay. I guess people out drunk driving on Christmas Eve. Oh no, that's not good.
I think it's actually pretty. The lights on the cop cars are so fucking bright these days. I think it's actually dangerous.
I've been watching some of these, cop videos where they they stop people and whatever, and they give them like a drunk driving test or whatever. They actually will shut the lights off because they literally are that bright. You can't freaking.
Oh, that isn't even a fucking cop. It's a goddamn tow truck.
Uh-oh.
Fixing somebody's that broke down. But his shit's so bright it's fucking dangerous too.
Well, I'm seeing some of these headlights. They got those blue headlights that are just blinding, I think.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, I don't I don't like to drive around at night because my eyeballs are going bad. Daytime's better for me. You know what I mean? Yeah, very pleasant. What are you on, 70 or where are you at? Which highway?
I'm on 35.
Okay, yep. Going north?
Yep.
Okay, so you're getting up like near Emporia? Is that where you're going? Or
I am between El Dorado and Emporia.
Okay, yeah. That's a nice part of Kansas. I like it.
Yeah, that's all one ranch. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Who owns
Same
it? Bill
families.
Gates?
No, the same families owned it since before Kansas was a state.
No shit.
Yeah.
You mean those nice hills that sort of you come over like I think it's Emporia or between Emporia and Wichita somewhere, where the highway comes. You come over and it's like these rolling hills. It's just beautiful. I love it.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
It's called the Flint Hills.
I was looking around some towns around there, maybe for retirement. I mean, what the hell? Emporia's all right. I thought,
Emporia's-
I thought Topeka was okay. Manhattan I thought was all right too, but some people don't.
I think Emporia is probably better than Topeka or Manhattan because
I
it's
would
still
probably-
pretty,
yeah.
it's still
small
pretty
enough.
small town. Yeah.
And you're still close enough to the big metropolis, Kansas City, where you can, fly out of there. It's not that bad, but
Right.
you get over like in Garden City or something or wherever the hell it is. Yeah. You got 4
Well,
hours.
Garden
to go
City's
before
close
you
to-
get anywhere.
Garden City's closer to Denver than
Yeah.
anywhere in Kansas.
Yeah, you got about 4 hours. You can go to Denver Airport, I suppose, and fly out of there. But yeah, because Brandon, I am getting old, right? So I've got to have a hospital or somewhere, if I got to get some emergency medical care,
Yeah.
Yeah, because living out in the middle of Montana, 40 miles away from the nearest gas station, that might be tough when you're, in your 70s. Although, who will care? The raccoons might, they'll come and say, chow.
Well,
let's have
your
something."
your daughter would care.
Maybe. Hopefully. Who else is in this building tonight, by the way? Let me see. Where's the
Well, we've had a lot of people come and go.
Rusty Rivers is here. Yeah, I just did a reading of Christmas Carol, so that was fun. Not all of it, just a little bit of it. Mouth Agape is here.
He
Let's see.
was.
Oh, everybody! Did everybody leave? Am I?
Yeah,
Six people are here.
Mouth
Hit that
Agape
like
has to work tomorrow. Doug Edwards was here. Hemi
Yep.
Four-Speed was here. Kush was here.
Kush was probably singing Christmas carols earlier, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Alex was here. Bunch of people I didn't know were here. So that's cool too.
Mr. Hemi Four-Speed is still here.
Oh, he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently. He should jump
He's
on.
just, he's been on, he was on for like 4 hours earlier.
Really?
Yeah. He's got his family to take care of. It's Christmas Eve.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's 10:30 Christmas Eve. I'm still here allegedly. Rusty Rivers is here too.
Yeah.
SCE actually showed up on my stream, which is unusual. Never see him.
Cool.
Well, he's always in the chat, but he never comes. All I want for Christmas is SCE on my stream.
SCE, I waved at him when I drove through Oklahoma City.
Oh, is that where he's hanging? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, sir. Well, speaking of that, I am going to blow out of here. You have a Merry Christmas, sir. Everyone.
And you
have
too,
a good
James.
one. And
You
I
too.
guess
Merry
next
Christmas.
next time you're streaming on the road, we'll be back. All right.
Yep, I should be back on the 27th.
Okay, sounds good. Well, drive careful, man. Enjoy your Christmas.
Will do. Thanks for popping on. Bye-bye.
All right, we'll see you later. Yeah, take care.
Welcome back, Hemi.
Thank you. Thank you.
Say that again?
It's good to be back.
Oh, good. Have you got all your Santa Claus duties done?
Just stuffing some stockings now.
All right. What are the good little boys and girls at the Hemi house getting this year?
And a lot of video games and stuff this year. Seemed like. Got my eldest son a new set of speakers for his PC. He'd wanted for a while. And, nothing spectacular. These kids get everything they want anyways. Christmas just another day. I did get my little guy this, it's like build your own RC car. I'm kind of excited to play with that, not gonna lie. So I'll quickly help him open that. But
You sit around anxiously with the box cutters ready to step in.
Yeah. Come on, don't you want to put your car together, buddy? Come on, let's go. Looks like it'll be a blast. But I got my folks coming tomorrow, so tomorrow I'll be busy making dinner.
I hear you're having brisket.
Turkey and brisket. Yes. And probably make a tiny ham for the little kids.
Pardon me. I know why I'm coughing. I haven't had my cough syrup for 6 hours.
How many more hours you got to drive tonight?
About 3. My truck is seeing collision warnings. But he couldn't get any more open.
Yeah, I know. It's like the best night for travel, isn't it? Look at the no traffic.
Virtually nothing.
I bet you'd sail right through Fort Worth right now.
Oh God, yeah. I went through Oklahoma City. Never had to put on the brakes.
What are you hauling this time?
I have no idea. The guy showed, he was supposed to be a lot earlier than he was. He shows up at fucking 5 on Christmas Eve. I just grabbed the paperwork, made sure the seal number matched the paperwork, made sure the temperature was set to the right temperature, got in the truck and left.
Right.
What it is, I could care less. But it's something that you must store at about 1 degree centigrade.
Hmm.
I had some pepper jack cheese earlier today, and I just pulled a pepper out from between my teeth, and it was
the meal,
very, very spicy.
the meal that keeps on giving.
Yeah. It's been bothering me for a while because I'd felt it in there and I couldn't get it. Finally got it.
I can yeet myself like no other. You don't get any telemarketers at night.
Thankfully, they must take the evenings off. I wonder what the success rate is for telemarketing. It's got to be really low. They really need unsolicited contact laws that have some teeth in them.
I agree. Somebody at the Kansas Department of Highways has been having fun with the road signs that say, "Stay off the naughty list. Buckle up, slow down, put your phone down. Don't drink too much of Nana's eggnog. Drive sober."
Hey, successful endeavors. Merry Christmas, brother. I waved at you when I drove through Oklahoma City tonight. You're absolutely correct, sir. This is Kansas. We just passed through Emporia on our way to Kansas City. SCE, I cannot read what you're saying. I have to keep my eyes on the road, sir. If you want to come on, I'll post a link for you. Welcome and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
How
Can
are
you hear
you
me?
tonight, sir? Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm just about to my final destination of Kansas City. I'm less than 100 miles away now, so everything is good. I waved at you when I went through Oklahoma City tonight, but I don't think you saw me.
No, I didn't see you. All right. Well, I don't have a wrench on your channel, and I'm trying to get like 50 subs on my backup channel, so this way I can start streaming off of that one.
Okay.
Now,
Well, I will go into my archives tomorrow and wrench you up. I can't really get into the YouTube right now.
yeah, I understand. Now, you keep your eye on the road,
And both hands on the wheel, too, tonight.
especially with those bridges, man, because it seems like for some reason they always put the bridges at like a different level than the actual road itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good when they're all icy and everything.
Yeah, the road here is pretty good. Um, there's some patches of ice. And like, there's a center stripe of ice here, even though it doesn't show up on camera. Like, if
Yeah,
I was to change lanes, there would be ice. But we don't have the wind tonight, so that's a good thing. If we had wind, I'd be going a lot slower. So have you got all your Christmas stuff all done, ready for tomorrow?
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'm just watching you going down the road, man. I can remember driving down the road, and I can remember like anytime that there was like any kind of snow or ice or anything like that, I would always let off of the accelerator just right before I went across a bridge, just to make sure that as I just let the momentum carry me most of the way across the bridge. A lot of times, if unless the bridge was long, lots of times there's like black ice on those bridges that you just can't see.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got to drive your truck a little differently since your momentum's in the back. If you start decelerating on ice, you'll jackknife. So if you start to go into a slide in a semi, it's best to accelerate just a little bit.
Oh, I know all about that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right. You drove for a bunch of years, didn't you?
About 25,
Shit.
26 years.
I'll just shut up and let you tell me. Well, I learned that trick this year already.
This was years and years ago, but on the old Pennsylvania Turnpike, it was like exit. I want to say it was like between like exit 4 or 5, something like that. They didn't do it by the mile markers; they did it by the actual exit numbers.
Yeah.
And there was this Schneider driver who had been plowed in all night long, and we were coming down the mountainside, going around a slight turn that veered off to the left, and she pulls out into both lanes of traffic just to get out and around this other truck that she was parked behind. And I got on the radio and I told her, don't do it, stay right where you're at. And of course, she didn't listen to me. So as she got straightened out and got around the truck that was in front of her, I missed her about maybe a foot. And as I was coming down there, I mean, I was having to hit the brakes on a curve, on a downhill. And yes, my trailer started sliding around on me and it took out the guardrail.
Ooh.
Yep. And I mean, this was before they had the concrete barriers. This was like the old rusted guardrail with wooden posts.
Right.
And I'm looking in my rear view mirror and I'm watching my trailer try to come around the driver's side on me. And I remember seeing like these wooden posts just shatter, just like explode, and then watching the guardrail like twist and twirl up in the air. It took my ICC bumper, and I mean, it made a perfect 90-degree turn at that bumper.
Uh,
Truck behind me saw that I was hitting on my brakes, and he tried to go around me on the passenger side, and that's when he came up into the back of her, and we started arguing back and forth at each other. Like, Donko, what the hell are you doing? You never hit on your brakes on the ice and snow. It's like, hang on, buddy, we're going for a ride. And after him and I got yelling at each other for a good, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 seconds or so, it seemed like an eternity at that moment. That's when she hops on the radio and tells us what a lousy couple of drivers that we were. And that's when I just lost my shit, man. It's like, if you had been on the radio and you heard us telling you to just stay right where you were at, don't pull out there, we were coming down the mountain, you could have avoided all of this shit and nobody would be tearing up anything. But no, you had to just pull your stupid ass out there without even looking in your mirror and seeing us coming down the mountain. You've got to be the most stupidest woman that God ever put on this earth. And then this other driver, he laid into her. Oh yeah, it was one of those crazy, crazy nights.
yeah. Ain't no room for white knighting out here either.
Yeah, truck drivers are some of the worst white knights that there ever were.
That's true.
Well, you'll see it all the time, guarantee it.
I keep to myself.
Best thing that you can do.
Maybe sometimes when there's somebody, older, walking around getting a little exercise there at the truck stop, I'll walk with them, shoot the shit for a bit. But other than that, I ain't never doing it with a woman though.
Yeah. If you see any kind of woman at a truck stop, you avoid her just automatically. Don't even think about it. You don't know if she's a cop. You don't know if she's a lot lizard. You don't know anything. So the best thing that you can do is just stay hands off and you just stay away. You guard yourself at all times.
Mouth of Gape Ape tells me that I need to put like a used wet wipe on the steps coming up into the cab. That way the lot lizards will stay away. They'll think that somebody's already been there. But I haven't really run into a lot of lot lizards. Not that I'm looking for them either.
Years and years ago, I'm going to say probably closer to like 20, 30 years ago, they did a lot lizard sweep of all these truck stops that were in the Oklahoma City area. And 90% of these lot lizards that they picked up tested positive for HIV.
I don't doubt it a bit. I do not doubt it a bit. The only time I've been approached was in West Memphis, and this gal comes up, knocks on the door, and she had her freaking 10 or 15-year-old son, no, early teenage-year-old son following her around. So fucking sad to see that shit. She was an obvious fucking crackhead.
That is sad. It's
Yeah,
only going to get.
that's how serial killers are made.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, there's a great many misconceptions about truck drivers, and that the one thing that they all seem to have like a stereotype image of is like the serial killer truck driver. I've never personally known anyone, but I mean, ain't been a time or two I haven't thought about it myself, especially when I've been at a certain shipper or receiver.
Oh yeah. When you're sitting there for 6 hours waiting for them to get finished loading.
Oh, how many of these how many of these slaughterhouses have you been to?
The slaughterhouses. Oh, I've been to the ones in Greeley and the ones up in Sioux Falls.
Carlisle, IBP, what? Cargill?
Cargill.
Yeah, they have to get you loaded up within 24 hours, and they always wait until the 23rd hour before they start loading it, because after 24 hours you can charge them, by the hour. And so they will wait for like 23 hours or 23 and a half hours, and then they'll finally start bumping around in the back of your truck. And they do it so violently that you won't be able to get any sleep.
Yeah. Well, um, my company has a 1 hour. If they have you more than an hour, they have to start paying. We got a detention clause in the contract.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of these shippers. Damn, you still sound kind of rough, man.
Well, I thought I had that muted.
Yeah, you did have it muted, but I mean, you still sound kind of rough. There's a lot
Yeah,
of these
well,
shippers that
I'm a lot better than I was. Oh my God.
good to hear it. It sucks to be sick and out on the road. Been there, done that. Yeah, there's a lot of these shippers and receivers that just, they go out of their way to screw you over. And one of the things that they love to do this, don't ask me why, is that they ask you to only show up with like your tanks half full, where this way they can put as much of a load on you as possible.
Yeah.
And I was like, I learned a long time ago, no, you don't want to do that.
No. You stopping every hour.
Yeah, I mean, you run out of fuel quick whenever you've got a heavy load and light fuel. These scale houses, they don't give a shit. They'll write you up for anything. It's all, of course, in the name of safety. Doesn't have a damn thing to do with revenue.
No, of course not. Mr. Donovan's back. Merry Christmas, sir.
Donovan, Merry Christmas. Rusty, Hemi, Ape.
Let's see, we got 2 people lurking. So I know Hemi's in there. Rusty's been on and off all night too. That's probably Rusty and Hemi.
Yeah, they're probably just listening in the background, doing something. They're probably like playing a game, just listening to you.
Yeah.
You know what? That's all right.
It is. That's what the channel's for. It's a place to hang out.
All right. Well, anyways, I think it was like about this time last night that I was trying to set up everything with StreamYards to where this way I can start streaming, initially on my main channel, but I want to keep that channel. This is my clean channel and I want to keep it clean. So I renamed my backup to Video Vomit, and that's the one that I'd like to start streaming off of. Video Vomit just sounded like a natural name for the channel, so there we go.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me, but it looks like your screen froze up there, Brandon.
Well, I'm a long way away from anywhere, so I'm pretty sure my signal's bad.
No, I was looking at the YouTube part. I wasn't looking at the actual stream. I was looking at the comments, and I saw the YouTube pull up right here. I've basically I've got the stream stopped on the YouTube side, so this way I don't echo.
Right.
But yeah, I'm going to try to figure out this whole StreamYards thing and see what I can get going
It's easy.
from a phone.
Yep, that's what I run mine off of.
What
Run it out
about
of the phone.
what about inserting in clips and stuff like that? Do you have to put that in advance or what?
I don't know. I haven't ever done anything like that. Whenever I want to have fanciness, I make a video and then just post the video. Hey, have you had a chance to see my and Outlaw MGTOW Outlaws Jingle Bells, the MGTOW Bells video?
Hamster smells.
Yeah, Hammer can't find any eggs.
It's too bad that you were sick whenever you're trying to sing that, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was actually
we had
pretty
to
good.
get it. We had to get it out before Christmas, though. What you gonna do?
Yeah, well, you and Outlaw did a good job on that, man. How far out are you now?
I sent a copy of that to Hammer. He hadn't written me back on it. So.
I think Hammer was on Udis's stream last night, and they got to talking about these chameleons that are in the manosphere.
Yeah,
And,
there's a lot of them.
There is a shit ton of them. And then I posted him a link to the newest one. And her name is the comment section. And, Hammer looked at this, he's going, she's been here 9 months and she's got 1.5 million subs. Like, how the fuck does that happen? And they're like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I told them, look, they're trying to push men out of the red pill where this way they can get these women in there and, change up the narrative and do all kinds of shit. We know the kind of games that they're playing here. They're
Oh yeah,
it's all projection and gaslighting. And that doesn't even include, your thoughts on things. I was just throwing this out there to him, and it's like, it's kind of hard to deny it, but I mean, damn, we have got a number of these women that are just going ape shit in, pretty much what's considered to be our space.
Yeah. I don't see it because I don't watch female content, and I don't have female content or females, period, in my on my streams or in my comments. A couple of the old gals have tried to drag me into their little fights. I won't have anything to do with it. PJ Camel Lady and Scorpion. I just tell them to go away. They're
Okay.
not men. They don't belong in the manosphere.
Hermit had her on a stream one time. He had Scorpion on a stream one time, and
Yeah.
he tried to constantly mute her because she just kept going off on these little tangents that didn't matter, and then the stuff that was important, she would interject, like vegan stuff in there, and it's like, it's not so much about the vegan part, but the whole feminism part was kind of annoying. And I mean, the vegan part annoys, him. I mean, to me, vegan, I really couldn't give a shit. It's the whole feminism part that just really is
Oh,
annoying to me.
yeah.
So, like, I don't even hate her. I mean, that's the whole thing is that, it's like, I
I don't
probably
hate,
stand her
I
better
don't
than
hate her either.
I just,
I
there's a
just
lot.
don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
I
pretty much.
really just don't give a fuck. I don't care what her story is. I don't care what she wants to eat. I just don't want her fucking around. I just don't want her here. Period. That goes for every other woman on the planet. And I've got a 9% fucking female viewership.
Now, how the fuck does that happen?
I don't know.
But what's really messed up is that we go out of our way in the MGTOW community to show that we don't hate women, but yet somehow or another they always want to throw in that, misandrist, blah blah blah. And it's like, look, we're just trying to live our own lives according to our standards, and you keep chasing us wherever we go. I mean, these, you don't want men in women's spaces, but you just can't leave us alone to be in our own space. And it's like, what in the hell? Well, like, a long time ago, men used to go to the bar and they'd socialize with each other. Then they'd go home and see their wives and, live out the American dream. And then everything from about the 1960s on, it changed, and not for the better. I mean,
No.
it's been incrementally and gradually getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And this is all
And
by,
it's accelerating.
yeah, it's accelerating now. It has been for quite some time. And this is all a part of the, slow boiling of the frogs, But that's the war on men. I mean, all this is being done by design. And it's like, look, both men and women are subjected to the system of usury. The red pill reference is waking up to the matrix known as the system of usury. The system of usury, basically, it wants to try to get women out into the workforce to try to, squeeze whatever taxes they can get off of them as well. But if they can, get these men to work themselves to death to be a slave to the system, so much the better. And so they try to tell these women, oh, well, you're strong and independent. You can do anything that a man can do. When in reality, it's like, no, not really, because, all these transgender athletes are like completely destroying them left, right, and sideways. And it's like, how strong and empowered do you feel now? If you were if you were wounded in a battlefield, who would you rather have drag you off the field? Let's ask that question. I know my choice.
Well, they had to change the physical acceptance standards to allow females into the military. They had to
Yeah,
lower them.
lowered them to where it's practically non-existent.
So,
All right. Well, let me also put it to you this way. Look, if you've lowered the physical standards to where they're practically non-existent, and then you've got, a, an mandatory inoculation that you never wanted any part of, and it could have a tendency to, make you very ill. This weakens your military force, and this leaves you vulnerable to outside influences. Then you've got the whole poisoning of the food products. We're talking about like soy product poisoning, the compound in soy, daisian. When it's metabolized, it breaks down into phytoestrogens, which are plant-based estrogen emulators. You've got all your milk and dairy, which is like overloaded with estrogen. You've got, all the water in the United States is like irradiated with fluoride. And then you've got like corn, all this corn product. I mean, and it's like genetically modified to, kill off your little swimmers down there. Same thing with the fluoride. It does the same thing. It not only kills germs, but it also kills your little swimmers too. So everything is being done by design. You've got this, indoctrination type of training that's, it's all put into place to how bad they are. And it's like, you can't blame all these young men for saying, you know, screw it. I don't want to play your games. This system, why should I die for a system that hates me? And when you have a
exactly.
society that's got a bunch of angry young men, this is a system that's not going to last very long.
No. No, it's not. Critical mass is about 15% of the population. We're getting closer, but we're not close enough to that to believe that anything's going to pop off.
Did you know that during the American Revolution, that only 3% of the population defeated the British? 3%. And we've got like a 50% group that seems to think that communism/socialism is a great thing. And it's like, my God, are you completely mental?
No, they're just stupid. They're envious. That's where communism gets a hold of people. It's the politics of envy. You want somebody else's shit? You don't want to have to work for it.
I know it's Christmas and everything, but the whole idea of a fat bearded guy bringing you free stuff just doesn't work. I don't care how much you love Karl Marx, it's just not going to happen.
Are you telling me Santa Claus isn't real?
I'm saying Santa Claus might be Karl Marx, but hey, what do I know? Yeah, he's not real. Of course not.
Okay.
Have you ever seen Karl Marx in a sleigh being pulled by a bunch of reindeer? I haven't, ever. But hey, muffery stuff.
In his own life, Karl Marx couldn't even support himself. He had to mooch off of Engels his whole life.
Living in his mom's basement. Yeah.
And do you know who Engels is related to?
Oh, God, I forget.
Think British banking.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Oh, but now it's I've forgotten who the book it is. It's
Yeah. That's all that you needed to say.
anyways. He's related to one of the big British banking families. Engels was.
Yep.
Not
Starts
the
with
Rothschilds.
not the Rothschilds.
No.
Well, that's who I was thinking it was.
It'll come to me after we hang up.
It always does, man.
Yeah.
Now, whenever you said that, you had to fly through Oklahoma City, it's like, where was he coming from and where's he going? Well, I know that you're going to Kansas City, but where'd you come from?
I picked up this load in Pauls Valley.
Oh, that's not too bad. That's only like an hour south of Oklahoma City.
Yeah. Better than these guys who are spending Christmas Eve in a freaking rest area.
Well,
But
I'm sorry.
there's
You got to roll this.
really nobody out tonight.
Now, you got the highway to yourself, man. It's not always a bad thing.
Nope. No little four-wheelers doing four-wheeler tricks.
The only thing that's really bothersome to me is whenever they cross over that median.
Yeah. I don't like it when you're on going through a city. There's 3 or 4 lanes wide, and you're not driving as fast as the rest of the traffic, but you're keeping your distance between you and the person in front of you. And the lane to the left is empty, the lane to the right is empty, but they'll pass you and then move over into your lane, but not give you your safety margin that you had before.
That's right. And as much as you try the Smith system, they simply will not let you do that. That or you get these guys that, you're driving along just doing doing the speed limit, and then they're going to speed up in front of you, and as soon as they get in front of you, then they slow down.
Yeah. Yeah. And now we've got cameras and motion detectors, accelerometers in the truck. Like I had a guy do that to me in San Antonio, and he was brake checking me. He was trying to get into an accident or something. And I got a freaking hit on my company safety score because the guy was fucking brake checking me. I couldn't believe that shit. You got out at the right time, man. Big brother's riding in the truck with me.
Yeah, they've all moved to drive cam. They've all got the live monitoring, all the GPS tracking, all this shit. It's like, you know what? I'm too old to be playing these games anymore. To hell with this. Truck driving is a young man's game that's being done by old men. Makes it bad is that, you know,
Well, there's a reason they're 10,000 drivers short right now.
go figure, huh?
Yep. That's why I tell everybody, who wants, to stack cash or something, I can get you a job. Even in a down economy right now, I could get you a job. Anyone. As long as you're sober.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to find nowadays, too. Just about every state's got a dispensary.
Yeah. All they all they have to do is be 90 days pot free to get in. 3 months. And it's not bad money. It's not bad money at all. Even working the low wages you work your first year.
Yeah, well, I just renewed my license and I just downgraded from a Class A down to a Class D. I hung up the spurs, man. I'm not doing that shit no more. I
Yeah.
can't pass a physical, so I just my heart's not in it. I mean, I have fond memories of being out over the road, but it's like then I've also got some ugly ones too. But it is what it is, and so just I've got respect for you.
Well, what
Been
kind of shit do I need to look out for?
as far as what? What do you need?
What are some of your least fond memories?
Least fond memories. Look, when you're a truck driver, if you're not an introvert, you'll become one. And dealing with people, yeah, that becomes an issue of like, do I really have to put up with you if I don't have to? You'll get to the point where you genuinely you. I'm not going to say that you don't care about people, but you would just rather not deal with them if you didn't have to. And some of these people will go out of their way to be friendly to you. It's like, look, I'm not here to be your friend. I'm just here to get something done. They want to get all up in your business, and then you'll appreciate this. Um, do you know it's about a foot long and sits in front of an asshole?
No, what?
Dispatcher's necktie. Kind of looks like you're on the outskirts.
I'm in Ottawa.
Oh, you're damn near there, man.
I think I'm in Ottawa, anyways.
Olathe?
Yeah, Ottawa. The GPS tells me I'm 54 miles from my destination, which is in downtown Kansas City, Kansas.
Where are you going there?
I'm going to the drop yard,
Oh.
and I'm going to drop this trailer off, and then I'm going to bobtail it down to my parents' house. The trailer is going to continue on north tomorrow. Somebody's going to pick it up, take it up to Minneapolis.
Well, better them than you.
Yep. But I was supposed to be doing this job. I was supposed to be getting off on the 23rd, but with the storm and
Yeah, feces occurs, Brandon.
yeah, everything is today.
Well, you don't always get what you want, especially if you're a truck driver.
Yep. I am getting a couple of days off though.
As long as you get that much, everything will be good. I was working for this one company, and I'm not going to name them, but there were like, I don't know, 4 or 5 of us drivers sitting out in the driver's lounge, and we could hear the dispatchers, in the dispatch room. And we had this one dispatcher, Jenny, and she said, "Oh man, I really screwed those drivers good. I sent them out to California without a return load." And we all looked at each other. It's like, you POS, because we knew what that meant, because it's like, that could have been any of us behind the wheel of that. And it's like, man, that's not the kind of rapport that you want to have in between your dispatchers and your drivers. Then it's like, with drivers, it's kind of cutthroat all in itself there too. Have you ever had one pull a pin on you?
No, not yet, but I check it every fucking day. Every time
Yep.
I stop.
Yeah, a good rule of thumb is, keep your trailer brakes locked up, throw the truck in reverse real quick.
Yep.
This way you can make sure that fifth wheel is actually latching on.
I've had somebody turn my reefer off on me.
Yeah, they'll do that too.
I guess it was disturbing his slumber. That woke me up when it shut off.
Yep. I was at a truck stop one time when I parked way the hell away from everybody else, and somebody came out there in the middle of the night and shut off my reefer. I was like, and I'm still a long ways away from everybody else. It can't be that noisy.
It's not. Fuck, I could sleep on an aircraft carrier. I could sleep in a truck with a reefer running. This company I'm working for doesn't want us touching anything. And the other day I had to wait freaking 4 hours to get a fucking headlight changed. I am never going to report a broken headlight again. I will buy a headlight and reinstall it myself. There's no way I'm going to fucking sit around for 4 hours with a thumb up my ass waiting for some fucking schmuck to charge my company $100 to change a headlight. You don't even need to have any tools. Lean your hood forward, reach in there, yank a fucker out. Put the new one in. You're done.
Oh, you just got the little lamps that fit inside the bezel then, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's easy enough.
4 fucking hours sitting there. It was pathetic.
Okay, well, there's a lot of these trucking stories that I've got, and I'm going to tell you right now is like, they used to have all these truck drivers that would gather up around this horseshoe-shaped diner, the dives of the old days where, they'd talk about their trucker stories. And, they'd always have these comparisons, on these trucker stories. It's like the story is always, the weakest liar. And that's what they would say, because somebody else would come along and they'd like have some bigger or grander trucking story that he'd tell you. Like,
Right.
those were old timers right there.
On the Navy, we always had a saying, the first liar doesn't stand a chance.
Yep. That's what the truck driving situation used to be too. I had this trainer and his name was Carl. Carl was freaking awesome. He was telling me about this one story where he was out in California and he was at this truck stop where they had this big plate glass window, and he had parked beside this truck that was like between him and that big plate glass window. And he woke up in the middle of the night. I mean, he had to go really, really bad. And so he was just so used to that truck being parked there that he had to go really bad. He didn't have a jug. And so he just stepped out onto the ledge and started whizzing away. Only problem was that he did it right in front of this entire plate glass window where everybody inside the diner could see him taking a whiz. And it's like, he said everybody in that entire truck stop was laughing their asses off. And all that he could do is just look at him and wave because he couldn't stop. He said he immediately started that truck up and he started rolling again.
What else you gonna do? Here's a little four-wheeler trick. The middle of a construction zone, they're just gonna stop.
Yeah, you were roboting there for a minute. At least that they could have done was found an exit ramp.
It's only down here half a mile from where he stopped. The car's halfway in the road. Got blinkers on though. That's something. Doesn't look like they got much snow up here by Kansas City. That's a good thing.
Well, I think the biggest part of it waited until after it got like in the middle part of the United States, and then it really intensified.
Yeah, my dad said it was really cold though. He said Thursday morning when he woke up, it was minus 18. But it's, what, 11 degrees now. So it's warmed up a lot since then. I miss having a stick shift. I grew up driving a stick shift. I was hoping that I'd be driving a stick shift again when I start trucking. But no, she's automatic.
Yeah, unfortunately, that also kind of limits your power on these uphills.
Yeah, it does. You have no choice. Just got to go for it.
Well, I don't know where you call home, but there's advantages to being a local driver. There's advantages to being, you know, a regional driver, and then there's also advantages to being a long haul over the road. So it just depends on what you want to do. But yeah, there's all kinds of fun stuff that you just got to pay attention to.
Well, I decided I would stack enough cash to get my homestead air conditioning and running water. Um, maybe get enough to get my shop fixed out there. And then and until I had those conveniences, I would stay over the road. Because basically I'm living in the truck right now. I didn't have any problem living in the tent during the winter, during the spring, anything like that. But when the summer came around, it was just absolutely miserable. Got up over 100 degrees and I was just dying. So I gotta get air conditioning and the power units to run it.
Yeah, that's just it, is that in the wintertime, even if you've got like an APU running or something like that, I mean, you can always put on extra layers of clothes,
Right.
but in summertime, you can't take off extra layers of skin because it's like, man, it gets to be oppressive.
Yeah. And the water moccasins at the
Yeah.
lake were starting to get so we're not afraid of the shampoo in the water anymore. They wanted to come up and see what I was doing when I would go down to the lake to get clean.
Oh, damn
That
it.
was,
Was that what it was? I kept saying that you took a whiz on a rattlesnake. It was a water moccasin, wasn't it?
yeah. And I didn't take a whiz on one. I took my baths down at the lake. And used to be, when I first got out there, get a little shampoo in the water, and they didn't like the taste of that, so they'd fucking stay away from me. Then they got used to me, and they started getting closer and closer. And I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I'm too big to eat. I went to the same place every time so I could sort of establish, you know, my territory. all the things that water moccasins eat, frogs and little fish and stuff, all ran away or swam away when I went to go get them clean. So it didn't make any sense why they would want to investigate me so thoroughly. One thing I do miss is the nature. Listening to the coyotes every night, talking to my friends, the owls, because the owls will talk back at you. If you like imitate their calls, they'll like talk to you for a while. It's really cool.
Actually, if you feed and take care of the crows, they'll protect you, man.
Yep. Crows are also very nice. But they weren't as talkative as my owls. And I had 3 tom turkeys that they would follow each other around through the forest. Like a train. Here comes one, then the next, and the next. One right after another. Then they'd stop for a bit, eat some bugs, run off to the next spot. And they never walked, they always ran. They were funny. That deer come right up to the camp. Bobcat, they came around, marked all the cedar trees. Raccoons that would sit there and watch me while I was cooking. They would clean out my empty like tin cans. They get all the whatever I was getting out of there, like they especially like corned beef hash. The raccoons love the corned beef hash.
Well, unfortunately, they also get their heads stuck inside the cans.
That didn't happen. I never let them run off with the can either. Raccoons also like fresh biscuits. I had a Dutch oven. I cook up some biscuits, gravy. I love those biscuits.
How are you inviting these guys in?
What guys?
The truck drivers that pass you.
I've got a limiter. Our governor on the truck won't let me go faster than 65.
Oh no, what I'm talking about is like whenever these other trucks go to pass you, whenever they've finally gotten clearance, you either, turn off your headlights just briefly to signal them in, or you tap your high beams. I always hated those guys that would tap their high beams to invite me in, because, I'd be looking in the mirror just right about the time that they'd zap me with those. I preferred it whenever these would,
I generally don't let them know when they're passed.
Actually, you probably should get into the habit of letting them know.
Well, we were taught not to do that, because if they get into a fucking wreck, that would be considered directing traffic.
That's your call, but if it were
that's just what they taught us. But you're saying I should tell them?
I would if it was me. Yeah, if they've cleared you, then yeah, signal them in. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it's some of these guys, they might just try to take off your hood to try to get around you. Seen that happen too.
Oh, stay in your lane, Brandon. There's the button I'm looking for. Okay. I found the button so I can
Yeah.
flash him now. All of a sudden, I guess my freaking sensor froze up. My active brake control just stopped working, which means my cruise control stopped working. Which means we're going manual the rest of the way.
Yeah, well, the way that it was taught to me was that you didn't want to necessarily depend upon cruise control, because if you're really tired and you just, briefly, even for a second, squint your eyes shut, that, yeah, you could fall asleep behind the wheel and you've got that cruise control going and you're doing like 65 off into the side of a bridge.
Yeah.
Look, if you're tired, the best thing that you can do is just stop,
Pull
go to
over.
the ramp, and walk around the truck a few times if you have to. Get some sleep. If you got to get some sleep, just get you some sleep. Ain't none of these loads worth killing yourself for. These companies just
Nope.
don't do enough to lose your life for them.
No. They don't give a fuck about you.
Now, as a matter of fact, you're a liability to them. You're not an asset. You're a liability waiting to happen. That's the way that they generally tend to look at it.
Yep.
But I'm going to say, the first 20 years that I was driving, I probably hit about 19 deer in 20 years. So I was averaging like one a year. Well, like, yeah, you just can't predict them. And they
Nope.
do come out of nowhere. Tell you what else, whenever I was rolling out on the West Coast all the time, I've probably seen at least a couple of dozen different UFOs. People don't believe me on that shit either. But I was never alone whenever I'd see this shit.
Well, maybe they'll show up on my stream one night.
Yeah, if they show up, you actually don't want to be anywhere near them. I'm talking about stuff where, you're seeing stuff that's flying through the air, and instead of making a an arcing, sweeping turn. It makes like a straight 90-degree turn without any kind of, angled banking turns or anything like that. And then, followed by a couple of jets, then followed by like a swarm of helicopters. It was another time that we were, driving in between Indianapolis to Chicago. And me and this one driver were just talking on the radio one time. And I mean, we thought we saw what we thought was like fireworks going off, and it's like too bright for fireworks. And it just kept going straight up, 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 up. And it's like, I was leaning, damn near, onto the dashboard of the truck trying to see. He goes, "You ain't going to believe what I just saw." Like, yeah, I ain't saying it, but I saw what you saw. It's like those pilots, if they see something, they don't report it.
Well, I haven't seen anything like that. So, but I've only been driving for 3 months too.
Yeah, well, I said that I was only going to drive for like 5 years, and then 25 years later, it's like, well, that passed by pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, are you moved far enough away now that you're not getting harassed by that female in Dallas?
Well, I hope so. We'll find out.
I guess she was in Austin.
Yeah. I
I hope so too. Hey, I got the bypass. I'm pretty sure nobody's working the way station tonight. Yeah, they got the closed sign up.
Can't let our skill master elect Democrats.
Now we're in Kansas City, well, at least the outskirts suburbs. On my left-hand side, there is a giant freaking distribution center, and it is absolutely fantastic to go to that place to get loaded and unloaded. You go there, they've got everything is you're done by text, except for your bill of lading, and the guards hand that to you when you're going out, or you hand it to the guards on your way in. And everything else, all your instructions are in text. You pull up to the gate or to your dock, and if they are not on your truck moving within 10 or 15 minutes, you know somebody's got to be out sick, because those guys, I've never been in that place where I had to wait more than an hour. Just in and out. I took a look inside one time. It's mostly robotics. You know, they only people they have are for loading the trucks. The pallets are all built by robots. Food distribution warehouse. It's something else. Most of the time, I'm in and out of there in half an hour.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah. Latha. Hey, AKS, how you doing, buddy? Merry Christmas.
What mile mark are you at right now? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was asking what mile marker are you at right now?
Oh, 216.
Yeah, you got another 20 miles to go. I think it's
Yep.
235, 236, something like that.
I'm getting off of the 7th Street Parkway. Which, thank God, is not like a New York Parkway.
Yeah, well, that's the funny thing about New York is that you park on the driveways and you drive on the parkways. Go figure.
Yeah, I'm 13 foot 6 inches tall. I can't go on the parkways in New York. Bridges are too short. Hell, there's half the streets I can't drive on in New York. Fucking low power lines, low fucking, all the elevated trains, whatever.
Yep.
I've only driven there one time. It sucked.
Yep. I got stuck on a bridge for the subway there. I want to say it was Queens.
Yeah.
Yep. And I had to drop my airbags and I was able to get out. Let the weight of the load just drag my trailer down. And that was the only way. It left like a good 2 or 3 inch gap to where this way, I could actually get up underneath that bridge. Went looking at the roof and it's like there was no real permanent damage done, but I mean, scared the shit out of me though.
I bet.
Yeah, I've seen
I
a
don't
guy.
have. They don't let us mess with the height of the airbags for this company. The truck has the option, but they took that option out of our hands.
I can remember seeing a guy that peeled the roof off of the truck just like it was a sardine can. You remember those old sardine cans that had like a key that you could just twist the top
Yeah,
on? That's exactly
yeah.
it. Twirled it up just like that.
Well, I can believe it. You look at these bridges and you see the scuff marks where somebody's done it, and you go, that guy had a bad day.
You'd be amazed at the number of dump trucks where the hydraulics will slowly raise up, and they'll have that dump truck just going down the road with the trailer, with the bed up, and it's like they'll hit a bridge. Seen it a time or two.
Well, you'd think with a dump truck up like that, it would drive funny. It'd be really top heavy, wiggle around a lot. You'd think that'd be the way it would be. I've never driven a dump truck, so I don't know.
I have driven a dump truck, and it's not a whole lot of fun, but it's local work. You can stay busy and stay at home. At least you got the right idea. Whenever you get into these cities, you want to try to be in that middle lane if you can help it.
Yeah. I don't like having to deal with the merging people. And I stay out of the way of the speed demons.
What do they got you governed at? 65?
Yeah,
It's not too bad.
but I'm doing 62 because I never try to go as fast as everybody inside the city. I want them to, want to pull ahead of me, want to go faster than me.
It's a rough little bridge.
Smooth compared to New Mexico. If we have any brothers living in here in Kansas City?
Nope. I don't know of any.
I know we got one of those chameleons that hangs out in the chat, and Hammer's chat lives here.
Who's that?
Oh, I can't remember her name, but she's sort of tan and got a fat face, married to a cop.
Huh.
But she'll jump into Hammer's stream from time to time. And one time I told a joke about anal sex, and she commented on it. And I said, why is a married woman joking with me about anal sex? And she's never contacted me again after that.
Well, I guess that just wasn't funny to her.
Well, she thought the joke was funny, but she didn't like the way that I commented on her being a slut and trying to flirt with me. In the chat.
Well, you might not believe me, but I'm going to say that the vast majority of most women out there, they all want attention and they'll do anything necessary to get it.
Why would I not believe that? That's MGTOW 101. Why do you think they thirst trap? It's not just for money. You know, everything basically that a woman will tell you, the exact opposite is what they really want. You know, they'll say, I don't want to be valued for my body. I'm not just a sexual object, which is pretty much the exact opposite of what's true.
Uh-huh. Don't
They
objectify
love
me.
the objectification.
Yeah, don't objectify me while I twerk.
Yeah. It's empowering. It's freedom.
Have you ever noticed that they're all strong and independent until it comes time to get drafted?
Yeah.
Amazing how that works out, isn't it?
Yep.
And then suddenly they're all traditional and everything. I should be in the kitchen.
I don't know if I'm going to drive all the way back to my parents' house tonight or not. I think I'm just going to crash there in the yard. I appreciate you staying up with me.
Ain't nothing but a little thing, driver. Look, I'm not going to kid you. It sucks to be driving on Christmas. Been there, done that.
Yeah,
I don't mind hanging with you.
I'm not complaining.
It does kind of help to have somebody to talk to as you're going down the road, man.
It does.
I mean, there are those times whenever you're driving down the road all by yourself, and I mean, you are just locked in your own thoughts, and it's like you come up with some pretty, you reach some dark places, and it's like it's not hard to do either.
No.
Oh, that was a scary situation right there.
What, with that guy zooming by me? Missed me
Yeah.
by.
Yeah,
Oh,
zooming by on your blind side with the car that was merging.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, that was a scary situation, and that wasn't of your choosing either.
Nope.
Ease out of it and let them get around you. You can't tell what these folks are going to do. The ones that really bother me are the ones that they draft on your trailer tires and they just will not shake away from your trailer tires.
Right. Sitting back there where you can't change lanes.
Yep.
Yeah, those guys piss me off too.
You always want to leave yourself an out.
That's why you keep your head on a swivel, watch which way everybody's being.
Well, how much time do you have left, and how far do you have to go to get to your parents?
Well, I got 4 hours and 30 minutes left on my DOT clock. So I'm good with time, but I'm tired, and from where I have to park the truck into my parents' subdivision, it's a bit of a walk. It's 11 degrees outside. I can just sleep in the truck. It's comfortable. I can run the heater.
Yeah, I do that because as late as it already is, you don't want to be bothering them. Just go ahead and sleep in the truck, man. You're not going to hurt
Yeah,
anybody catching some sleep.
yeah.
Probably the best thing that you could do, man.
Plus, I got a full bag of laundry. I don't want to fucking schlep that through the snow without being able to see where I'm walking. Well, you can tell it was game day today. Look at all of downtown Kansas City is lit up red. We do love our Chiefs here, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm just sitting back watching all this because this has changed a little bit since I was out there last.
Yeah, there's a lot more car dealerships alongside the highway than there used to be. I'm sure where I'm going now hasn't changed a bit since you were here. Rainbow Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. Ooh,
Yeah. I don't think they got the snowplows all the way out there.
uh, this is what some people would call the hood. We'll just take it nice and slow.
Well, at this point, you're at the home stretch, man. So,
Oh yeah. You have a good one, and Merry Christmas to you, SC.
well, Merry Christmas to you too. All right. Well, Brandon, take care. Glad to be with you on your journey here. Thank you for having me.
Anytime. Appreciate you coming along for the ride.
All right. I'm out of here. Have a good one.
Bye bye. 5139 pound. Gentlemen, thank you for all coming along for the ride. I will catch you all later. Remember, no marriage, no cohabitation, and no children. Peace out, my brothers.